Closed session, open session to hear public comments before closed session is now in order. Can you read, oh no, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bana,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson is absent, Councilmember Willis is absent, Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Presente. Can you read the items into the record?
Yes, during closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, there's one case. Conference with real property negotiators. Property is located at 222 Marina Way, that's Nystrom Village. Agency negotiators, Nanette Beecham, Gabino Arredondo, Susan Bloch, and negotiating parties, McCormick, Barron, Salazar, and Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services. Under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, two cases. Conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes. Employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Under conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Richmond Shoreline Alliance versus City of Richmond, Winehaven versus City of Richmond, Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus United States of America et al., North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. And we do not have any requests to address the council.
If there are no requests for public comment, then we are closed for closed session. Welcome, everyone. We will begin the regular meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Chair McLaughlin,
Here.
Commissioner Robinson is absent, Commissioner Willis,
Here.
Commissioner Zepeda,
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott, and Chair Martinez.
Presente. Next item.
Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is a report from the Executive Director.
Good evening, buenas noches. Gavin Arredondo, Interim RHA Executive Director. Today, we only have one announcement. The Housing Authority of Contra Costa County has provided notice that they will be opening up wait lists for 4 properties. So the project-based voucher wait list will open on Monday, June 12th at 10 a.m. We have extra flyers here at the dais in English and Spanish. And some of the properties in Richmond that will be opening up their wait list is Friendship Manor for 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom, senior 62 or older. Hacienda Senior Apartments for 2 bedrooms, senior 62 or older, and frail elderly. And the Terraces Family Apartments for 3 and 4 bedrooms. So I have left copies here of the flyers. We could also get them at the Richmond Housing Authority office at the 2nd floor of 450 Civic Center Plaza. And please remember that it's important to meet the deadlines to be on the wait list. So it opens on Monday, June 12th. Thank you.
Okay, our next item under the regular meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority is agenda review.
Are there any changes?
I am taking out,
I'm sorry, this is the Housing Authority?
Yeah. No changes, okay. The next item is item L, Housing Authority Open Forum. And tonight, we have 4 speakers. Each speaker will be allowed up to 2 minutes to speak on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. The speakers are Justin Sandowich, Andrea McKelvey, Christine Tandry, and Natalie Fitzgerald. Please come forward.
I just wanted to make a statement that I'm from Castro encampment, and we've been getting in trouble from housing and stuff like that. And it's kind of like I got sent to a house, and we got 17 people living in a 5-bedroom house, 3 bathrooms. I immediately let them know when I got there that I couldn't put my wheelchair into the restroom, and nothing's been done about it. But yet they put up drywall and framing and put up walls to turn their living room into another bedroom and turn the garage into a bedroom, and then like a small alcove in the hallway into a bedroom, like it's something like where Harry Potter would be living. And I just don't think it's fair that the grant money is being spent on that kind of situation, you know, because they're charging around $1,000 a head. I have a room by myself with my dog, and they charged me $1,800. And basically, I was told that I couldn't have my IHSS worker there, and you know, there's even been physical threats by other tenants towards her. And it's just not a good living situation for anybody. And I think it's a shame that the money that was given to help us is being spent that way. That's basically what I wanted to say.
Excuse me, could you state your name?
My name is Justin Sindicich.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Our next speaker is Andrea McKelvey. Where's that mic?
Excuse me, my name is Andrea McKelvey. I am a resident of the Castro Street in Cameron as well. My housing situation is different, and let me see, I'm due to have a Section 8 voucher, but it's like, we have to go to doctor appointments and stuff, and it's no way for us to get there. And I need my housing, so, but they're saying I have to move to a SRO and spend my money. I mean, the money there, I need my housing for a year, not a SRO. And, you know, all the SROs, they are, let me see, they're not livable. And I have my son with me. He's 22, but he's there with me, and he needs to not move into those environments. So I don't know why I have to move to a SRO, and I'm already in the situation. I'm already there. So why can I stay there until I get a place? It's all out, say because I'm waiting on a doctor's appointment so I could get my housing voucher.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Ms. Velasco, Director of Community Economic Development, is available to speak to the two public speakers that have spoken thus far when they've concluded their public comments.
Okay, thank you. Did you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And what is your name?
Speak in the mic.
I don't want to be around a lot of people who give me a lot of anxiety and stuff like that. Problem is that you're not really telling me that I moved myself back up from the storage. They said they're supposed to provide storage. They're not providing storage for me. I mean, it's going to take me a while in order to get myself out. And the other thing is that my trailer is one of the nicest trailers down there, and I just got to pay it off. $1,000 doesn't include those trailers there. I don't understand why I need to sell it to somebody else. You don't get it out of that we could tell them that won't qualify for the program, is a lot, not selling trailers. So that's, and I don't want to go in and the whole people unsafe and be dealt with the situation for me. It's my last chance to either have back surgery again or the pain comes. I want to be able to heal properly, not knowing where I'm going. So at this moment, I do not know where I'm going. And that's something I have to get out. And I have to trailer. It's hard for me to get on the trailer. I don't know where I'm going.
Okay, our next
Yes.
speaker.
The Vice Mayor wants to ask a question of the City Manager.
Yeah, so City Manager, you mentioned
Yes.
that Ms. Velasco would be happy to talk to these residents and
Yes.
work out some. Is she in the chambers tonight? or-
Yes, she
Oh,
was
okay,
waiting in
there
the
she
back,
is.
waiting to.
All right,
for
so
the
it looks
public-
like there's
Three residents.
Three
yes.
residents, okay.
And we
Thank
have
you.
one more speaker.
Oh, there's more, so,
But you may go back after you speak to the council.
Okay, our next speaker is Natalie Fitzgerald.
Hi, I'm Natalie Fitzgerald, and my concern is that a lot of the residents there at Casa Street, we don't know what to be expecting. We don't know what's expected of us, and we're wondering if there's is there somebody go in between where say we have a problem with the staff there, like it's hard to tell somebody that they work with every day that they've can form some sort of friendship with, right? So we don't have a safe concern with the staff there. Is there somebody like that there, or somebody we can contact like that? A middleman between us and them?
Yes, Jose Morales, the housing manager, is the point of contact after the community development director, Ms. Velasco.
Okay.
And if you have questions, you can call 510-620-6512. Again, 510-620-6512, and staff will be available to talk to you at the conclusion of public comment.
Okay. And so how do we find out exactly what we're to be expecting or what's expected of us?
Maybe Jesus Morales will be able
He'll
to
be
help
able
you.
to explain that too also?
Yeah.
Because I'm not the only one that feels that way, so. If it maybe like, if they would be willing to get something together so that, it's something, because we work together, a lot of us, residents there. And so, that way we can start preparing or helping each other prepare or, and that makes the process a little bit easier. Yeah.
Okay, now we'll move to the speakers that are joining us online.
And we have one speaker, Jesse Turan. Please unmute yourself. And as soon as the clock comes up, you may begin. Hold on one moment, please. Okay, Jesse, you can start now.
Okay, hello, I'm Jessie Turan. I am one of the former residents of the Ryden Road homeless encampment. And I am just speaking because I want to voice my support for the residents of the Castro encampment and my sympathy for what they're going through. When the Ryden Road encampment, when we were all evicted, afterwards, only one person got housing. I'm not sure. And I know that there's a lot of nonprofits that are telling you that people have been housed, but if you follow up on that, you'll find that that's not true. And I know it was very frustrating for me that I had, a set amount of money that it was supposed to be used for my transition funds, but I wasn't allowed to use it in any way that was actually helpful to me. And ultimately, the only thing that I was permitted to use it for was a motel room. And when that money ran out, I was in the same position. And it's really frustrating to see this funding that's intended to be used for our benefit just being thrown away on temporary solutions. And I would really encourage the city council to provide more oversight to whatever nonprofits you're giving the money to manage these funds, because what's happening is this money is being stolen from the most vulnerable people in society. We are not the ones who are at fault for wasting taxpayer money. We are wanting help, but the help that we're getting is being thrown away on solutions that don't work. So please be aware of that and talk to people. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Mayor, may I respond?
Yes.
Through the mayor, I would like to state that it is my understanding that Ms. Velasco and community development staff have been working collaboratively with all the community-based organizations that currently have contracts to provide services to the unhoused. The Housing First program was made available to residents of Ryden Road. If there is a need for additional Housing First services or for emergency housing, please contact the Richmond Community Foundation at 510-234-1200. Again, 510-234-1200. We have heard from Mr. Becker with the Richmond Community Foundation that there is a desire to provide assistance to additional residents, and the City Council there are appropriations in the fiscal year 23-24 budget for the council's consideration. As continuing the recommendations from the Community Reimagining Public Safety Task Force to provide support to the unhoused.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item is approval of the consent calendar, and we need a motion to approve the Housing Authority consent calendar.
Do we have a motion? Okay, yes, a motion from Chair.
I'll second.
Okay, and a motion from Vice Chair McLaughlin.
So that was a motion by Tenant Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Okay. And second by Vice Chair McLaughlin. Commissioner Bonner?
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Chair McLaughlin?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Commissioner Willis?
Yes.
Commissioner Zepeda?
Yes.
Attending Commissioner Scott
Yes.
and Chair Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
All right, that concludes this meeting. It is now adjourned. Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Always a pleasure. So we will now roll over to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson is absent, Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review, and we have a request to remove item X3D, like dog, from the consent calendar and move this item to be heard after the approval of the consent calendar. We also have a request from Councilmember Jimenez to remove item X2A. That item will be placed at the end of the agenda.
All right, if there's no other changes to the calendar, we'll move on to the next item.
Oh, Mayor, I forgot to, sorry. Just for the record, I will have to exit at 10 a.m. because of an early schedule I have in the morning, but wanted to mention that during agenda review.
Okay, thank you.
Should be done before 10 a.m. for sure.
Challenge accepted.
10 a.m. or 10 p.m.
Oops. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. 10 p.m.
I like to stay all day.
Touche, Councilmember Cepeda, touche.
Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, on the closed session agenda, the item C1, which was exposure to the case, we gave a status report. There was no reportable action taken. Item 2C involved real property negotiations at 222 Marina Way, the Nystrom Village. We gave a status report on that. The real estate negotiators received direction for further negotiations. Under the anticipated litigation in two matters, those items were both discussed. Direction was given to the negotiators, but there was no reportable action. On the labor item, C4, there was a discussion of the status of that. There was no conclusion as we ran out of time to complete the discussion. And the last item, C5, involved in the Winehaven and Shoreline Alliance litigation matters. We gave a status report and there was no reportable action taken.
Thank you. Next item.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? We had a very eventful and fun weekend here in Richmond. Let's go to slide 1, please. We're at 11. So today I'll be reporting on events of this past week and informing members of the community regarding events that are coming forward. I just like to highlight that this weekend, and I'm sure many of our council members will notate their involvement with various activities, including the Pride Festival and celebration, the Richmond Promise Annual Scholar Celebration, and we also had meetings regarding the City Council goal setting. Upcoming, we have Juneteenth as well. Next slide. So our Pride Festival took place on June 4th, and our theme was Pride and Joy. We had art and music and lots of celebration. And on June 1st, we raised the Pride and Juneteenth flags here at City Hall. It was really a great event and attended by many. I want to thank the mayor's office for helping organize that with all of the local residents. And I hope that the council members can provide more context based on their deep experience with these activities. We also held, next slide, the Richmond Scholars Celebration. So as your Richmond City Manager, I also serve on the Richmond Promise Board. We welcomed over 450 scholars here in our Civic Center, and it marked the 8th year of the Richmond Promise celebration for incoming scholars. There were young people from all over Richmond that received their scholarships, and there were many artists, games, and booths hosted by local community, local colleges and universities. A broad range of our scholars were attending UC Berkeley, UC Davis, Contra Costa Community College, and a number of other colleges and universities throughout the United States, including historically Black colleges and Hispanic serving institutions. And so I really want to commend the Richmond Promise staff and Chris Whitmore for the work that he's leading there, as well as thank the Richmond Promise Board for all that they're doing to help young people in our community, and acknowledge the City Council for their $35 million in funding for that work and helping create a college-going culture in our community. And many students are also going on to attend Contra Costa College to transfer, but also to gain technical skills. The Goal Setting Council Retreat took place on May 31st. Next slide. We discussed 2 of the 6 goals areas. The next meeting is scheduled on June 15th at 4 p.m. To continue goal setting and objectives with our council. The areas that were established are increasing access and quality of housing, increasing revenue, enhancing economic development, improving quality of life and community health, improving public safety, strengthening the city's internal infrastructure and processes, and addressing shoreline access and ecological sustainability. Next slide. The Poet Laureate application is now open. It's a 2-year term. The deadline is June 12th. If you'd like additional information, please contact Winifred Day at 510-620-6952. Again, 510-620-6952. The information is also on our Arts and Cultural website. Next slide. An item that I'm sure lots of folks are excited about, but we really are actually, is our waste collection services. We're requesting community feedback on how we can improve and promote sustainability, equity, and zero waste in our community. And the participants there'll be random drawings for $50 gift cards. For information, visit richmondenvironment.org or call 510-620-6512. Next slide. Summer youth employment is now open. Please contact Employment and Training at 510-412-2044 or youthworks@richmondworks.org. This program is open to people 16 to 30 years of age. The goal is to provide an experience to be successful in real world environments through working-based learning, financial literacy, and work readiness workshops, along with personalized one-on-one career counseling. Next slide. The Richmond Build application is also open. If you have questions and would like to join, you can contact Fred Lucero, the program manager, at 510-621-1780. Again, 510-621-1780, or visit the Richmond Build city website. Richmond Build is accepting applications for the Charge Up Contra Costa electric vehicle equipment installation and maintenance training program. And this program serves people from the age of 16 to 24 who are interested in college or a career in construction. Next slide. Juneteenth celebration. I want to thank Michelle Milam for all the work that she does in collaboration with our community. Honorees are George Brown and Myrtle Braxton. The parade will take place at 10 a.m. starting at Booker T. Anderson Park on Cypress Avenue, and the festival will take place at Nickel Park at 31st and McDonald Avenue from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. on June 17th. Thank you for everyone involved in organizing those activities and for all your dedication to serving our community. We have lots of wonderful community events and really makes Richmond a vibrant and great place to live, work, and play.
Item T1, that's a Caltrans Bay Area Summer 2023 I-80 payment project presentation. And followed by that is a new employment
Yes.
Employee report, sorry.
And Mr. Mayor, you may recall that Caltrans asked to come this evening to present information regarding an upcoming construction project. I believe representatives are in the audience, are on Zoom. And if not, we will jump ahead to acknowledge existing, our new employees with Sharon Taylor.
So do we have them on Zoom?
Caltrans is here.
Great,
Hello.
they're here. Caltrans is here. See, this is how Zoom works.
Thank you for showing up. Glad to see you.
Thank you, good to see you.
Ron, if you want to take it away as our project manager.
Yeah, do we have our presentation, Eric?
KCRT, can you please put up the presentation from Caltrans? Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Ron Kia-Ina. I'm the Caltrans project manager, and with me tonight, I have Andrew Baskerville from our construction group and Bart Ney from our external affairs group. Next slide. And we're here tonight to talk about the I-80 pavement rehabilitation project, specifically the full freeway closures that we have planned. So the project is located on Interstate 80 in Contra Costa County between Route 4 and the Carquinez Bridge. The next slide. And due to the existing pavement condition, which is showing signs of distress and poor ride quality and the potential for pavement failure, we're proposing to do our pavement rehabilitation project. Next slide. To extend the service life of the existing pavement as well as to enhance traffic safety. Next slide. The project scope includes construction of 26 lane miles of freeway and ramps where we will resurface and replace the pavement on Interstate 80. In addition to that, we will be having electrical drainage and siding work, as well as upgrading curb ramps at the ramp termini to meet ADA standards. The construction cost is about $50 million and is funded from the State Highway Operations and Protection Program, otherwise known as the SHOP, as well as a SB1 state funding. Next slide. For this project, we're proposing to close I-80 a total of 4 times, 3 in the eastbound direction and 1 in the westbound direction. For the eastbound direction, we will be closing the freeway from Friday evening to Monday morning on July 21st, August 4th, and August 18th for 55-hour continuous closures. And in the westbound direction, we are proposing to close it 1 time over the Labor Day weekend from Thursday evening to Tuesday morning, starting on August 31st. And to explain more about the construction sequence for the project, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew Baskerville right now.
Good evening, everyone. Next slide, please. So why do we need to do a full closure? Well, some of the photos that you see over on the right-hand side explain some of the processes that we have. But what we're basically doing is removing the existing paving in lanes 2 and 3, so the 2 center lanes out of the 4-lane freeway, and we're installing continuously reinforced concrete pavement, or CRCP. This operation is very labor and equipment intensive, as you can see from the photographs. And so for the safety of the Caltrans and the contractor staff, as well as for the safety of the traveling public, we need one direction of the freeway closed completely in order to do that lane replacement work on eastbound and westbound 80. One of the benefits of this is that we will be performing weeks of overnight work in each weekend. So with the extended closure hours, we were able to really condense our work operation. Next slide, please. So continuing with the benefits, we're taking those 4 weekend closures and we are taking away 120 nights worth of overnight closures and condensing it down into 4 weekends. So by doing so, the project should finish in late 2023 instead of late summer 2024. The other benefit is that there will be improved ride quality as soon as the CRCP is installed. As you can see from the photograph here, which was taken on a similar operation on Highway 242 in Concord, there are no joints in the CRCP. So you won't get that washboard effect that the traditional paving slabs give you. And so the ride quality will be much better right away. We also expect to have improved ride quality as over the next few decades, since the CRCP will be less likely to crack, to settle, and to start rocking due to the presence of the reinforcing steel inside the concrete. So we think this will be a much better product for the community and a much better ride for everyone using eastbound and westbound 80 in this area. Ron, back to you.
Next slide. Thanks, Andrew. To address the traffic impacts as a result of the closure, our traffic management plan will consist of 3 parts: the regional changeable message sign deployment, detours, and an outreach effort. Next slide. For the changeable message sign deployment, we're going to use portable, which are shown on the left here, portable message signs, as well as fixed changeable message signs that are shown in the upper right. These will be used to inform motorists to avoid the area as much as possible by taking alternative routes. Next slide. For the eastbound direction, or eastbound closure rather, these are the changeable message signs that we're going to be posting along various state highways. In general, they will be directing traffic to head east along Interstate 580 as well as Route 24 and bypass the area by taking Interstate 680 across the Benicia Martinez Bridge, where they can rejoin Interstate 80 by taking 780 back to 80, or continuing north along 680, where they'll hit Interstate 80 at Cordelia. Next slide, please. And for the westbound direction, this is the changeable message signs that will be posted. In general, traffic heading south or heading on Interstate 80, heading towards the Carquinez Bridge, most of the traffic will be directed to head south on 680 so that they can bypass the bridge closure and continue south on 680 where they can reconnect 80 at Highway 4, or continuing further south and connect back to the Bay Area, South Bay Area on Highway 24, or even further south on 580. Next slide. We also have major regional detours planned, and for the eastbound direction, it's for those motorists that are traveling further east, say to Sacramento, they can bypass the area entirely by continuing to head further east on 580 and Route 4, where they will be directed to use Interstate 580 that connects directly to Sacramento to avoid this the closure on 80. Next slide. And for the motorists that cannot avoid the detour and encounter the closed freeway for the eastbound direction, those motorists will be detoured along Highway 4 to the east, where they will be directed on northbound 680. And for those that need to get back towards closer to Vallejo, we'll be able to take 780 to rejoin 80, or those motorists that are heading further east can continue on 680 up to Cordelia, where they'll join 80 and head further east. As part of this closure, the Cummings Skyway on-ramp, which is here, will be open, and so traffic can use Cummings Skyway and get back onto the eastbound 80 and cross the Carquinez Bridge this way as well. Next slide. For the westbound direction, we have the major regional detours again, from motorists from the east side from Sacramento. They'll be directed to head south on Interstate 580 to bypass the whole area, and then continue to the west on Route 4, as well as further south on 205 and 580 to head back to the East Bay. Next slide. And for those motorists that didn't detour off 80 and encounter the closure, all motorists will be detoured onto 780 to the east, where they will connect to southbound 680 and then head back to 80 on Highway 4. Next slide. Before I turn it over to Bart, I did also want to mention that in addition to these efforts for detours, we will be having incident management where we will have freeway service patrol, such as tow trucks, that will be available to remove any disabled or stalled vehicles along the detour routes to remove any congestion, as well as we will have CHP on standby assisting as necessary. And then for the outreach effort, I'm going to turn it over to Bart Ney, our external affairs person.
All right, thanks, Ron. And I wanted to say, kind of going back to what Andrew talked about, the project is critical. We need to do this work. And what the public is going to get from it is a better product. There's going to be a better ride. It's going to last longer. We're not going to have to do this for a longer period of time. And there's going to be a significant decrease in days of impact, as he was talking about, 120 nights or more can reduce down to just these 4 weekends. And a much earlier completion date, done almost, maybe not a full year, but a significant amount earlier. So there's a lot of good reasons to be doing the work in this way. And obviously, with the detours that you just saw, congestion is one of our major concerns. And so we are going to be doing a very large public outreach campaign, sort of starting now. The first thing we're doing is reaching out to city councils along the corridor, reaching out to different cities and agencies so that they're aware that this work is going to be taking place and what the detours are going to be. We're going to be working directly with all of our Bay Area and regional media, doing earned media stories on it so we can get the word out to as many folks as possible. We're actually purchasing some media, doing media buys so we can get ads out there to let people know that this route is going to be out of service for a period of time, what the detours are going to be. The mothership of our information is going to be our Caltrans website, where people will be able to get information on exactly what's going on with the work and what they can do as far as detours. But these days, social media really carries the day, and we've got several of our public information officers that are going to be working these weekends and doing social media updates on various platforms that we use. And then obviously press releases and traffic advisories will follow the work so people can know exactly how we're doing and when the route will be restored. So it's a significant effort that we're looking to do, and we're targeting a 40% reduction in traffic trips. So we're going to be strongly suggesting folks to stay away from the region, to plan their trips accordingly, and give us the opportunity to get the work done with as little congestion as possible. Next slide. So my colleague Vince Chikala and myself are the public information leads for Caltrans on this job. We have got a website already set up, www.cc80pave.com. You can go there now and take a look at the particulars of what the job is going to be, and you can contact us at either one of our websites. Those are going to be posted in our traffic advisories, our web addresses, or the phone number you see there. And then we will be developing a hotline for the project as well. So a significant amount of outreach is going to be done for this project to reduce congestion. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Ron.
Well, go ahead, next slide. This concludes our presentation tonight. We'd be happy to take any questions and hear any comments that you may have.
Okay, a question, Councilmember Cepeda, then Councilmember Vada.
Thank you for the presentation. Really good information. Can you tell us more where the portion that is within Richmond or right near Richmond is going to be? Is that in the pipeline somewhere? So from Highway 4 going down all the way to Alameda County?
So there was a what we call a capital improvement project about 6 or 7 years ago that did the asphalt overlay on that section of Highway 80, both eastbound and westbound, from Highway 4 down to about the Alameda County line. So that has been done more recently. There was a lot of work and upgrades done to the safety features and so on. We do recognize that some of that overlay has actually, or the top layer of the rubberized has started to peel off in some locations. That is our wearing course for the roadway. So it is supposed to do that. But we are, I'm not exactly sure when the next project is coming through there to do that, but we should have one in the pipeline. Ron, do you have any more information on that?
Yeah, we will be resurfacing Interstate 80, just the top layer as a wearing course as part of the median barrier upgrade project, which is also starting construction now. And so from Route 4 all the way south to the county line along the Buchanan overhead structure and El Cerrito, that both lanes will be resurfaced with a wearing course, or both
Do you know the
directions.
time frame in the next year, 2 years, 5 years?
Within the next year.
Good.
Yeah, it'll be concurrent with this project.
Oh, perfect. And one other question, since you mentioned the asphalt, I noticed that in the area that you're doing now, you're going to have CRCP, continuously reinforced concrete pavement.
Right.
And then this sounds like I heard you say that in the Richmond area, we had asphalt. Would you mind explaining the difference between the two? And why one was used in one section versus the other, or is that the...
Andrew, you want to?
You know, we've gone through different strategies over time. I mean, I believe 80 was mostly concrete pavement for when it was first built. And I mean, over the years, we've had different strategies where we'll actually crack the concrete up underneath it and then use that as a base for a thick layer of asphalt for the continuing, or for the current top layer. That strategy has worked, and as the freeway's gone through its useful lifespan, I don't really have a good answer for that. I mean, where we've got concrete existing, it's usually better just to leave it as concrete. That's kind of the current engineering philosophy right now. Yeah, some sections of 80 are being converted back to asphalt concrete.
Which one lasts longer? I guess is my question, because I understand that the concrete tends to last a little bit longer. So I'm just trying to figure out if the lifespan.
It does, but it's a balancing act between how difficult it is to actually do the repairs on the concrete versus the longevity of the concrete. So we're constantly doing this balancing act. Asphalt, it's much easier to come through there and do a grind and replacement in an overnight operation. With the concrete, I mean, you can tell it's a much more significant effort. It's a lot more capital cost when you do it, but then, we expect to get 40 years life out of it. So it's a balancing act between the ease of construction and the cost.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answers.
Councilmember Pana.
Thank you. Quick question. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. Quickly, the type of asphalt you're going to put in, hopefully, is the type that looks dry during the rain, the porous type?
So we're lanes 2 and 3 are going to be concrete pavement. We are actually going to be where we have asphalt is the top layer between Highway 4 and Willow, and then also north of or east of Cummings Skyway. We will be putting in asphalt. We put in the dense asphalt, and then we put in a layer of the rubberized asphalt paving. The rubberized one is an open grade, so it takes the water down into the structure of the asphalt and lets it drain away. So yes, it will be the the type of asphalt that generates less spray off the tires when you're driving.
Thank you.
Yeah, the same for the section of Interstate 80 south of Route 4 all the way to Central Avenue, right around there, will all be open, what we call open graded asphalt concrete, which is the one that is more porous and water
Great,
drains off the roadway.
Thank you.
Councilmember Willis.
I didn't necessarily have a question, just more of a comment on wanting to make sure that this gets advertised as much as possible. I do appreciate all the routes that were shown for folks who are taking the freeway, but I think one of the things that came to mind is knowing that some folks don't necessarily drive, they do long extended periods on transit to get from point A to point B. So I was just thinking, like, as this is being advertised, if you were considering doing postcards to some of the affected areas, are we putting up flyers with like the alternative routes at specific transfer stations that have a lot of high traffic that go through them at those times? I can see that it's also on the weekend, but I am aware that some people do work on the weekends, and maybe not everybody's gonna, if they're taking public transportation, one of the long buses that take folks from point A to point B to different counties and regions, getting that advertised up there too. And also on the social media part, probably don't even need to say this, but don't underestimate the power of TikTok. So I hope you have some good content creators to get a TikTok video up here about this, because then people will definitely know through that. So those are all I have in terms of comments. Thank you.
Yeah, those are great comments, and if it's okay, I'd like to comment back. So starting digitally, we are going to be connecting with all of our local cities and using hashtags so that hopefully we can get that additional social media support across different platforms. And we invite the great creators in Richmond to help us with the TikTok type of content if they'd like to. But we are going to be looking for every digital opportunity we can. We are in our media buys. We are using something called geo-tracking so that we can actually get to people that normally use the routes in some of their apps that they listen to. So we're hoping that can really help us get to the commuters, and then specifically to mailers and our fact sheets and those types of things. We are developing them. They're going to be available digitally, and we will be working with our local agencies on whether they want to have some pushed out. I don't think that we're going to be mailing them to residents, because there's so many residents that it would be almost an environmental hazard to do that many. But we are going to be pushing the digital very, very intensely. And then if we have some of our transit providers that want us to create printed out versions, we'll be doing that as well. Great comments.
Yeah, thank you for that. And when I said postcards, admittedly, I was thinking, damn, that's going to be a lot of postcards too. So I understand if that's not the first draft pick in terms of notifying people, but thank you for the answers. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? If not,
Mayor, can we just welcome the new employees? And
yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. My name is Sharon Taylor, Interim Human Resources Director. Greetings to the council members as well. I have a slideshow here. Can you please bring it up, KCRT? Thank you. So I'd like to introduce to you our new employees that we hired during the month of May. Next slide. We hired Aldrine Goresteta Aguirre, Parking Enforcement Representative in the Police Department. Next slide, please. Daisy Regalado Mercado, Crime Scene Technician, Police Department. Ivania Navarrete, Law Office Supervisor, City Attorney's Office. Gregory Palomino, Administrative Aide, Richmond Housing Authority. Natasha Terry, Employment Program Specialist, Employment and Training. Brenda Weiss, Police Property Technician, Police Department. And Natasha Wolf, Jailer in the Police Department. So if any of our new employees are here today, please stand. We would like to welcome you to the City of Richmond. We're looking forward to your many great contributions to our city of pride and purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to come to City Council and let us see your faces. Do any council members have comments that they want to, words of welcome?
I just want to welcome you. You're joining a wonderful, great team. Welcome to the city.
All right, thank you. Next item.
Our next item is reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports.
Any reports? Yes, Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, I'll do a quick report. Last Friday, along with on Sunday, attending Richmond Rainbow Pride, but I'm definitely sure that that's going to come up in reports. I did want to mention that I attended a graduation at the Safe Return Project for the Richard Boyd Fellowship program that they have. He was a Richmond resident that did a lot of work with community members, especially Black and Brown community members, young people, and those who came back from reentry. And in his honor, after he passed away, a fellowship program targeted at most impacted individuals in the criminal justice system who have faced and dealt with racial disparities. It's a year-long program to help build up skills around organizing, getting back in the community, doing leadership skills, and learning how to interact with our different systems. And they just graduated 4 of the fellows who just went through their year-long program last Friday, and 4 new fellows who also have that same background experience is going to be stepping up to the plate. And just hearing from the folks who participated in the program, it sounds like they grew a lot, not only just in leadership development skills, but even just healing from their own trauma and their own experiences that have had negative impacts on their lives. And now all they want to do is get back to young people in the community and train the next generation of fellows who are still needing to heal in the community. And it was a great event. It was just a very loving and happy and proud moment. And it happened right here in Richmond too, at the Safe Return Project, just right there off of McDonald Avenue. So I did want to uplift that because I think that's more of what we need to do, is just help people heal from trauma and build up on their leadership development skills that are already there. They just need help, guidance, and support to discover that within themselves. So that's my report.
Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. I would like to invite everyone to an event for becoming Firewise on June 17th that Confire is holding for all the residents in West Contra Costa County. It's being held at Pinole City Hall, but it's for all West Contra Costa residents from 10 to 11 a.m. on Saturday, June 17th. And many volunteers at grassroots nonprofits, including West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council, are collaborating. The other thing I'm very excited about is El Sobrante Stroll that's coming, and we are working to celebrate it. As you know, for many years, the city of Richmond has been divided by major freeway. Different parts of the community didn't interact enough. So hopefully in the future, more people from the other side of freeway come and shop in this, in the larger portion of Richmond, and support the businesses here, coming to Juneteenth, Cinco de Mayo, and festivities here. And we invite people from the rest of Richmond to El Sobrante Stroll, which is being celebrated in El Sobrante Valley. More residents of Richmond participate than unincorporated El Sobrante. Unincorporated El Sobrante has about 10,000 people. Richmond over there has 20,000 people. Although it's called El Sobrante, it's mostly the city of Richmond. That's it. It's in September, and I'll keep you posted about it. Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of items here. One, I had the great opportunity of being out here helping raise both the Pride and the Juneteenth flags last week on Thursday. As my fellow council members mentioned, we did have a Pride event this past Sunday. It was the very first time held here at Civic Center. And I look forward to reactivating this area for a lot of other events as well. Pickleball, they're having their kickoff at Booker T. Anderson on June 10th from 10 to 1. Also a reminder for any restaurant businesses out there that SB 1383 is coming into play here effective January 1, 2022. That's a tier 1 of type of industry you're in, where you will have to donate part of your food to organizations, food that you're not using anymore before it goes to waste. So if you want more information, some of these flyers are at front. Please make sure that you are aware of it so you become compliant. Taste of Richmond is July 15th from 11 to 4 here at Civic Center Plaza. Please come out and join us. You can get your ticket online. You can Google Taste of Richmond and then purchase your ticket there. We're still looking for individuals to sign up for the ECIA Transportation Oversight Committee. So please log on online and apply if you can. The Juneteenth Festival is June 17th at Nickel Park from 10 to 6. And I want to give a shout out to our small local business that provided the dinner for the city council today. It was Salad Thai. It's a small, great Thai restaurant in Hilltop, District 2, but it's in the city of Richmond, so we want to promote small businesses, and I want to give them a shout out there. I also want to thank Richmond Build. Their staff have made a really great job. If you've noticed outside, they've been cleaning the plaza. They have taken a lot of the weeds out, a lot of the trash. In the past couple of weeks, they really, really did a tremendous job. So thank you for being out here and for cleaning up and helping keep our community clean and beautiful. I also attended the Castro Street Advisory Board meeting. This meeting is open to everyone, especially if you want to know more about the Castro Street and what is going on there with the encampment. And as a reminder, we have an LGBTQI police liaison. Hopefully in the future, we'll be able to bring this individual forward. But if you're part of the LGBTQI community, or we feel that you want someone that you can speak to that might closer relate to you within the LGBTQI community, you can reach out and speak to this individual to share any concerns or questions you may have. And that is it for my report. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you. I just want to share a few things that I've been at over this past weekend. Some of them are duplicative from what others have stated, but I'll go through them quickly. On Friday, some of them are different. On Friday, I was able to attend the flag raising for both Juneteenth, the Juneteenth flag, and the rainbow flag for Pride Month. That was a beautiful event. Thank you to the mayor's office for organizing that. On Saturday morning, I attended the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force Summit meeting. I was there, didn't stay for the whole thing, but it was a lot of great information. I followed up that by going to the Promise Scholarship event here in Civic Center, which was great to be able to provide appreciation of the young people getting their awards and certificates. There was 150 young people on stage, and altogether there's 450 young scholars this year. So that's a wonderful feather in our cap. On Sunday, I was at the Pride Month celebration here in Civic Center Plaza, which was another beautiful event and program, lots of vendors, lots of fun. I also want to mention that some of us are working, some of us who went to the Austin, Texas visit of the Community First Village there, are having a movie night to share a movie about the event, about the visit that we had, what this village is all about. We don't have an exact date yet. By our next meeting, I should have an exact date. We're looking at the end of July. So you'll hear more about that soon. And don't forget to show up for Juneteenth on June 17th. The parade is starting from Booker T. Anderson at 10 a.m. on the 17th. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Gracias. Thank you, everybody. I just wanted to recognize the REM program and thank you to the director, Nicholas Traylor, and his staff for providing translation to Tomasa Espinosa, who is a monolingual Spanish speaker in the REM program. This is how we make sure that leaders in our community have see in the decision-making process. So I thank you then for all the work that they have been doing. Gracias, Tomasa, por estar en la mesa directiva del control de la renta. Quiero agradecer a Nicolás Taylor porque ha hecho que personas como tú puedan estar allí proveyendo traducción en español. Entonces, muchas gracias y nos vemos pronto.
Thank you. And finally, I want to tip my hat to my staff who made the mayor's office present in all of the activities here in Richmond. Shiva Mashek, Tony Tamayo, BK White, they are ever present whenever I'm away. And this weekend I was at a educational tour organized by Water Education for Latino Leaders, and put on by the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. It was to look at the Colorado River facilities and how they carry water from the Colorado River all the way across the desert to the valley and to LA and San Diego. This is an amazing feat because there's 7 states that are participating, an upper basin, lower basin, and the country of Mexico. So all of these entities had to cooperate in order to make sure that everyone had water. This is important, especially during a time of climate crises, because we're not just looking at droughts, we're looking at climate extremes. So in the future, we see a lot of water and we see very little water, and we need to make plans for that. And the reason this is important to us in Northern California is because we as a state also need to learn how to cooperate and share the water from Northern California with Southern California. And we also need to figure out how housing impacts water supplies, and how water supplies will impact the ability to have more housing. So it was a very informative tour, and it just was amazing to see how we as technological age before computers were able to figure out how to make these dams and how to pump the water over ridges so that there could be gravity feed to the next reservoir, and from that reservoir use gravity feed and then pump water up another ridge until it makes it all the way to, as I said, the metropolitan areas. So I would urge my fellow council members to try becoming part of WELL. It's very educational, and it gives you a better understanding of how cooperation among all Californians is necessary to make sure that we have equal rights to clean, affordable water. Thank you. Next item.
Our next item is an abatement report from the Public Works Director.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. Daniel Chavarria, Public Works Director. I'm here to provide an update to the monthly abatement report for May 2023. If we can load the presentation, please. Thank you. Next. The month of May, we had 3 dumpster days at 3 different dates. The first one was in Shilreed, North Richmond Neighborhood Council areas. The second day was the North and East Neighborhood Council area. And finally, the Pullman Neighborhood Council area. Next, please. During the dumpster days, we removed over 42 tons of debris. We assisted 180 seniors and disabled citizens and removed 27 dumpsters of debris and 5 dumpsters of metal. Next, please. Here are some pictures of the illegal dumping that we removed this month: 216 tires, 222 mattresses in almost 1,600 locations, 108 gallons of paint and oil, and over 185 tons of debris removed. You can see in the picture on the left is a front loader that has been out for almost a week now, so our crew is picking up debris manually in the meantime. Next, please. Some other pictures of illegal dumping. These are 2 locations in our hotspots. We have 27 hotspots in Richmond, and the picture on the left is on Wright Avenue, and the picture on the right is on Hoffman Avenue. Next, please. Here are some pictures of illegal dumping paint, oil, mattresses, and tires. Next, please. In terms of encampment abatement, we abated 6 locations, almost 9 tons of debris removed, including the Castro encampment. Next, please. We also performed some private properties cleanups and bore-ups. 2 of them, 1 bore-up and 1 cleanup. Next, please. This is the summary of the first 5 months of the year. In illegal dumping, you can see that the tonnage per month, neighborhood cleanups, we have a different number of events per month. You can see in January we didn't perform any. In February we had 1. In March, April, and May we had 3 in each month. We also show the tonnage collected for encampments, and you can see the difference in different months. I want to say that in the month of May, we started the weed abatement efforts at a different level, at a higher level. So that's why you can see some reductions in some of the tonnage collected. Next, please. Moving to weed abatements, here are some pictures of locations where we have performed this task. We have done it at various locations in the public right-of-way, including Richmond Parkway and the Bay Trail. Next, please. Graffiti removal, in the month of May, we removed 224 tags at 102 locations. Next, please. In terms of abatement staff hours, you can see the majority of it went to illegal dumping. We have some other tasks like weed litter abatement that is higher than regular months because we're starting the season of weed abatement. And due to the rain this past rainy season, we're gonna have to go and do a couple of rounds in some locations. Next, please. In terms of tonnage collected per month, just related to illegal dumping, you can see the graph from January to May. It's been fairly consistent. In this month, as I said, we removed about 186 tons of debris. Next, please. This is a graph that we've been showing to you the past few months. This is also related to illegal dumping, the total cost per month. You also can see that it's been very consistent. The month of May, we're talking about $113,000, almost $114,000. And for the first 5 months of 2023, we have spent over $580,000 in illegal dumping. I'm gonna let that amount sinking for a moment, $580,000. Next, please. This is a map that we presented previously. These are the 7 hotspots of illegal dumping that we have in the city. How we define a hotspot is locations where we need to go 2 to 3 times per week to do some cleanup. So if there's a location that only had 1 time per week, we are not including it here. And with that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
I do have a question. You said we spend $580,000 on abatement?
On illegal dumping.
Right, illegal dumping.
Yes.
So if all that was used as an incentive to have these illegal dumpers take it straight to the trash, would it cost as much or would it be cheaper?
Would it be cheaper? Because in reality, the majority of that cost goes to staff salaries, right, and benefits. So what we would do is that staff, instead of investing time in illegal dumping, they could do with abatement. They could perform other tasks that are needed in the city, definitely. So we may not say, we would not remove the entire cost, but we would allocate that cost to something that is more, well, that would benefit the city even more.
Right, okay, thank you. Just floating ideas out there. Any other comments? Yes.
Daniel, thank you. These numbers are astounding. Can you tell us a little more about what the board ups and cleanups are in private properties? And why is it that we're going in there?
Well, that's when the code enforcement requests our presence to close a location for different reasons that I would prefer code enforcement to answer that, but I just want more support than to situations, that kind of extreme situations.
Maybe we'll talk offline to see if there's any way to recuperate some of those fundings there.
Yes, code enforcement and abatement do work together. The superintendents, Eva Mann and Hugo, work together to try to retain the costs for the services that are provided. But we do appreciate that they work collaboratively and that they're both very responsive.
Thank you. And are we able to put cameras in these hotspots?
Well, I mean, you mentioned that in a previous meeting, just to fly some idea there, if talking about 27 locations, right? And if we assume, I mean, this is a big assumption that is a camera per location, which probably is not, probably is more than that. And if we tap into the system that the Richmond Police Department have or start installing, and with what we understand with a lot of good success, but I'll let the Richmond Police Department talk about that. We could spend yearly about $100,000 in these cameras that could be monitored by the police department and could identify who are the people that are making this as a business.
So that would be about a savings of almost $1 million, right?
Correct.
And then maybe
I'm sorry, again, savings in illegal dumping, again, these funds will be reallocated to perform other tasks.
Yeah, and hopefully there'll be the savings there.
Yeah.
In your presentation, may I ask, are we able to maybe put in there where people can go dump things legally? Like putting in the buy mattress information, for example, free mattress disposal. It's a law in California. You call, they pick up your mattress, free, it's gone, takes the cost away from us. So I don't know if at the end, if you're able to just, right? We're telling them where we're cleaning up, but maybe anyone as watching can say, oh, I can call Republic Services and get bulk pickup.
Will do.
I can do buy mattress. Thank you so much. Great presentation. That's it. Thank you.
All right, next item.
Our next item is open forum. An open forum is an opportunity for the public to comment on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. May also make comments regarding the report from the city manager. Item T1, the Caltrans Bay Area summer 2023 I-80 paving project presentation and the new employee report. You may make comments under reports of officers, make comments regarding the abatement report. We do have speakers that are online. If you would like to comment under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. We will first take the speakers that are in-house. And that is, we have 9 speakers. And just want to remind everyone to please keep your comments respectful. The speakers are Mark Wasberg, Rick Perez, Patricia Perez, Jamin Purcell, Larry Lewis, Michael Garcia, Armand Amayo, Josette, and Anna Pineda. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
I want everybody to mark their calendars for the next 3 Sunday nights on channel 26, Comcast at 10:30. I post my video on the transgender movement. You got a half hour. See how disgusting this is. I got it on my Facebook and I got it on my YouTube channel. You talk about pride. When I was at that event Sunday, it was like walking in the city of Sodom. You talk about pride abusing children, changing children's gender, promoting children wearing clothes to hide their gender. You have no morality. You're causing our civilization to collapse. It's all just a bunch of pack of lies on this transgender stuff. This is what you're promoting. You have no morality. You have no guilt. You have no feelings. You really like doing that to our civilization, promoting these young children to live a lie, screwed up in the head. They don't even know who they are. This is what you people are promoting. You people are lower than animals. This is what you are, animal instincts. When you abuse a child mentally, it sticks with them for the rest of their entire life. Physically, no problem. But this is what you are promoting. Yeah, you laugh. I'm going to tell you one thing. You're going to get what you deserve by putting all this filth and garbage among our civilization. You guys laugh, but it ain't going to be, you ain't going to be laughing much longer. I guarantee you that. You can probably be crying out for mercy. But you know, you're destroying our civilization. This is what you're doing. And the city manager had the nerve to send her child to that event. And the child, don't be surprised if she's going to make her daughter turn into a transgender or a lesbian. Any parent should be taken out and shot for that. The most sickenest thing that a parent could ever do, promoting this stuff. You people are sick in your head. That's what you are. One day you will pay, and one day you will be annihilated off the face of the earth.
Our next speaker is Rick Perez, followed by Patricia Perez.
After that, I don't think anything I can say is negative. But anyway, but anyway, I do point out a lot of things that some people could take as being negative. I see all the new hires, and that's a good point, but I don't see any de-escalation training officers or anything like that on the police force. And a majority of the hires were on the police force for one thing or the other. So I didn't see it there, but what I did see was the Richmond Pulse, May 2023. It was at the finding that the officers did nothing wrong, but internal investigation showed that they did do a lot of things wrong, but the DA declined to press charges. What stood out in my mind was one of my friend's sons. He was on the police force, who I've had dinner with many times at Galileo Club. It's always good. He's a good guy, but I didn't like seeing his name on in that article. Didn't do what I would expect for a police officer to do. You know, you have a guy who's handcuffed, and you continue to tase him and stuff like that. I mean, that's wrong. You know, you put a shock collar on your dog. You don't sit there and continue to press that button and abuse the dog, because that's cruelty. You get arrested for that. But the police get away with terrorizing people. it's not right. They need to learn to control themselves, and it needs to be taught to them by de-escalation training. They need to understand you can't do that. You know, when my pit bulls, when they catch another dog or something, their eyes roll in the back of their head and they go off. Is this what our police are doing? That's wrong. Thank you.
Patricia Perez.
On September 14th, 2014, my husband Richard and I were sound asleep when our phone rang at 4:44 a.m. It was our son Rick, Petey's dad, and right away he said, "Petey is dead." At first I felt disbelief for a fraction of a second, then horror, complete horror. I shouted, "No," so loud that it could be heard a block away, dropped the phone, and fell to the floor sobbing. Here in the city of Richmond, some people are tired of hearing me talk about what happened to Petey almost 9 years later. Those people do not feel it, so it's only a temporary irritation that lasts as long as I speak, then disappears. For Petey's parents, his loss can never disappear, as he was their only child and they will never be grandparents. It took them 13 years to have him due to conception issues. He was their miracle baby. As long as I breathe, I will not stop talking about Petey. It wasn't enough for the Richmond cop to kill Petey, who had no weapon, was not committing a crime, who posed zero threat to anyone. The lies from Richmond Police Department slander Petey's name all day on the day he was killed. Lies that were later refuted by forensic evidence examination. Yet Petey's name remains eclipsed by those lies and slander. It irritates people to have to hear me expose what happened in this city of pride and purpose, who want to keep it covered up. It's sort of like keeping a Band-Aid covering a cancer, which is the unjustifiable killing of age 24 Petey by Richmond killer cop police officer for no reason. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jamin Purcell, followed by Larry Lewis.
So first I would like to thank the city council members who were able to attend the Reimagining Public Safety Community Summit. That was a lot of really great support from the community. We were able to share a lot of information. We were able to hear from the community about their concerns regarding public safety, hear what the experts had to say about how we're trying to change things here in Richmond. I think that's really important. As well, I would like to thank the city council members who were able to attend our Pride event this Sunday. We had attendance by Senator Skinner's office, Assemblymember Buffy Wicks, John Joya. It was probably our largest Pride that we've ever had yet. We had hundreds of people in attendance, and I want to thank especially my co-chair, Lito Green, and our treasurer, Ashley Scarborough Gonzalez, and as well, our former president, Cesar Zepeda. As well, I also want to thank the city manager and other city staff who not only attended, but also helped put this on. It's really important to be able to see the city of Richmond supporting its community and its intersectional community, because this is just one facet of the gem that is Richmond. I'm really, as part of that, I'm really looking forward to Juneteenth later this year, or I'm sorry, this month. And as part of that as well, I want to thank the Rise Center, Rich City Raise, Rich City Rides, Richmond Progressive Alliance, the Rainbow Community Center, Irmid Tilth, Quap Map. But you know, this is our 9th Pride that we've done, and I especially want to thank the people who thought that Richmond would put up with slurs, hate speech, or vulgar discrimination. It was former council member Javanka Beckles who endured the abuse of a few community members, but it was enough to galvanize the city of Richmond to be able to stand up against hate speech. We won't have hate speech in our house, and because of that, I'm looking forward to our 10th Pride that we'll be having next year out in front of City Hall. So I also want to remind us that we are leaders, not just in Richmond, but in the area. Thank you.
Larry Lewis.
Good evening, City Council, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. The Richmond Police Activities League Carnival is coming to town. We open up on June 16th, 17th, and 18th during Juneteenth weekend. It'll be right over here at Barrett and 25th Street. Come out. It opens on Friday night at 5 o'clock and it'll go to 11. Saturday and Sunday will be 2 until 11 o'clock each night. Last year, we had over 1,000 folks from Richmond, families, children come out each and every day. So come out, greet families. It'll be a great event. We hope to have about 18 rides, games, and fun for all the children and all the families. It was a wonderful event last year, and we're expecting an even better event this year. So we hope to see you all out at our event. I have posters, flyers. You can go to rpal.org and purchase tickets. Pre-sale tickets are $30 for unlimited rides. As of the carnival, those unlimited rides will be $40 each day for unlimited rides. So get your pre-sale tickets at rpal. We have them on sale. We'll be selling them starting on Monday right there at Barrett and 25th Street. So you can get your pre-sale tickets prior to the opening of the carnival. So we hope to see everyone out for the carnival. All right, thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Garcia, followed by Armand Amaya, and then Joseph. Michael Garcia. See anybody? Armand Amaya. No. Joseph? No. And Anna Pineda? No. Okay, we'll go to the speakers online.
Okay, we currently have 5 speakers via Zoom. The first speaker is Jessie Turan, followed by Amanda Eicher, Mindy Pines, Lisa Johnson, and Naomi Williams. Please be prepared to unmute yourself when your name is called. Jessie, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, this is Jessie Turan again. And before I say anything else, I just want to say to our LGBTQ community, we love you. We want you here. We are proud of you. And thank you for having the courage to be who you are. I just wanted, just after that hate speech, I just felt like I had. And to the mother of Petey Perez, you're not annoying us. You have been wronged. You are continuing to be wronged, and keep fighting because justice is important. With regard, one of the council members mentioned the food surplus act, and was mentioning they need to start figuring out a way to get their surplus edible food out to the community. I'd like to point out that it's not only restaurants that need to do that, it's also grocery stores and other food related businesses. If you're a restaurant, a grocery store, a caterer, what have you, the Surplus Food Act is a way of reintegrating food into the community so that people don't need to go hungry if food is being thrown into the garbage can. And it also helps a great deal with cutting down on methane emissions. I would encourage the city council to find ways of using people who are homeless and unemployed who live within the city of Richmond as distributors of that surplus food, because that's something that needs to be in place too. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Amanda Eicher. Amanda, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for taking my comments. I want to start, can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to start by echoing Jessie's message of support. Thank you, Richmond Rainbow Pride, for everything you do in Richmond. We need you, and I appreciate so much the support for the intersectional community here in the city we love. My name is Amanda Eicher, and I'm the Executive Director of NIAD Art Center. I'm here to thank the city staff for recommending in this year's draft budget and the City Council for considering an increased allotment of $100,000 per year for NIAD's Arts Ombudsman Program and for our fellow arts organizations in Richmond. For more than 40 years, NIAD has provided a 5-day studio art program for more than 70 adult artists with disabilities and a 6-day gallery exhibitions program, providing art sales opportunities to NIAD artists and over 100 collaborating artists each year. NIAD artists' work is currently on view at the Oakland Museum of California and next month, Richmond Art Center. We are proud to be one of the many reasons the national and international art worlds look to Richmond as a leader in the conversation on contemporary art in the Bay Area, and we cannot wait to celebrate with the mayor's office as we hang a new exhibition of artworks in the city offices. We're also proud to be a Richmond employer. More than half of NIAD's 74 artists live in Contra Costa County and a third in Richmond, many of whom practice art to benefit their families through art sales income. More than half of our 29 employees live in Contra Costa County and 11 in Richmond. Many have worked decades for NIAD. We are intensely proud to be part of a nonprofit community that brings so much to Richmond, but like all nonprofits, we are facing an uncertain budget year. Our community is now skilled at navigating the intensified care needs of the pandemic, and the pandemic isn't over, but funding has become much scarcer over the past 5 years. Supporting our committed staff, artists, and families is more complex than ever now. Your support for an increased funding allotment of $100,000 to
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Mindy Pines. Mindy, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi there. I also want to thank the city for organizing the Pride celebration at the Civic Center. It was a joyful, positive event. The weather cooperated. There was a very large, diverse crowd, and it was a good opportunity to connect with community agencies and organizations. In these times when the LGBTQI+ communities are under attack elsewhere, and unfortunately, even within our own city, we hear awful hate speech as shown in this in this city council meeting earlier. I feel particularly proud to live in Richmond, where our city officially promotes inclusion, equality, and really works to protect everybody's rights. So thank you again.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. I wanted to give a special thanks, shout out to city staff, including Public Works, RBD, and Jesus Morales, and also county staff and Caltrans for meeting this week with, and council members PETA for meeting with the community in Point Richmond and Santa Fe neighborhoods regarding ongoing concerns around safety and security and drug dealing in open public. And I just want to appreciate their effort in working with the community on coming up with strategic solutions to this ongoing problem. And I also wanted to give thanks to Public Works for all of the illegal dumping and stuff they continue to work on in the city, and give a special shout out in support of the request for additional cameras to address the illegal dumping to free up significant time and money that can be used elsewhere in the city if we can address some of this illegal dumping more effectively and free up that time. And like nearly $1 million can be devoted to better spent time. And I just want to hope and express that, you know, I-580 is quickly turning into a lot of issues at many of our on-ramps and off-ramps in Richmond. And it is my understanding that Richmond is not being enough of a squeaky wheel with our elected officials in Sacramento. Other cities are getting better responses from Caltrans because they are being squeaky wheels. So I am asking and almost imploring if city staff would consider meeting with our elected officials there and backing up Caltrans's need to help address this, because they're feeling left out up at Sacramento as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. I'm the president of the Pullman Neighborhood Council. Last week, or week before last, we had a fire, and the fire was at the Historical International Hotel, and that's also in Pullman neighborhood. I was wondering, had you guys even thought about having that part saved for historical reasons, put something in there to remember the Black porters that had to go to that hotel, had it be, well, let me do, A. Philip Randolph and Dellums of Oakland had to come over here and build that hotel for the porters to have somewhere to stay. There was a hotel on the corner of Farmer South, which is now Ethel Dotson South, but they couldn't stay there because that was for white only. So I was just wondering, had you guys thought about putting up something to remember the Black porters? That's where they had to stay when they came to Richmond. In other words, we would appreciate it. I guess they said it was too expensive to redo, but Ethel Dotson was the cause of them having a hotel and them have a place to stay when they came over here, because they had to live down there at the point. Now, what I would like is to see if you can give me a report on anything you guys would like to do to have a historic, not only me, but to have an historical place to remember for that hotel space. And that's on Ethel Dotson South. That's the name of South Street now. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
All right, thank you. Next item.
Our next item is approval of the consent calendar. And as a reminder, items X2A and X3D were removed. X2A is the co-sponsor, the El Sobrante Stroll. And item X3D is approval of the new fees for the revised master fee schedule.
All right, do I have a first? Do I have a motion?
I'll move
the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda is absent. Councilmember Robinson is absent, and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes. Councilmember Robinson and Zepeda absent. Our next item is item X3D. And that is adopt an ordinance for second reading, establishing certain fees for the proposed master fee schedule.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Vice Mayor McLaughlin, council members. So this item is the master fee schedule that we want to discuss. We had the first reading of the ordinance for the new fees that focused on cannabis business fees last meeting. This is the second reading of that ordinance. We're going to focus on that in a second. We do understand the council has concerns regarding the state audit in reference to the master fee schedule. As such, we're prepared to address those concerns towards the end of this presentation. And KCRT, can I please get the presentation up? Okay. So on the agenda, second slide, please, we'll propose the recommended action. We'll go over the updated fees, the new fees. We'll give an overview on the fee waiver policy, and so forth. So the recommended action that was on the agenda is adopt an ordinance, second reading, approving new commercial cannabis regulatory fees to be included in the master fee schedule. Again, that's the ordinance to establish the fees for the cannabis fees. The ordinance that we're proposing is to adjust all the current fees by the ECI, in most cases, the Employment Cost Index. Next slide, please. Again, most fees are increasing by the Employment Cost Index. These are fees that have been approved by council previous years, and they're being adjusted by a factor called the Employment Cost Index. Some fees are being increased 6.4%. Next slide, please. And this is a snapshot of the master fee schedule. For example, an inspection warrant under code enforcement is going from 1,064, going up by 6.4% to 1,132. Again, these fees that are increasing by 6.4% were part of the fee study done by Wildan that was adopted by City Council, the new fees last year in 2022. And those fees included code enforcement, fire, GIS, police, transportation, detailed listing, employee hourly wages, and so forth. Next slide, please. So the other fees are increasing by 9.1%. These were not updated in the most recent fee study. They were, in most cases, adopted in the fee study previous to that. Some of these fees had not been updated in the last couple of years, such as the housing fee and community development. That was adopted originally with their fee study in 2021. Also in 2018, the planning division updated most of their fees. So again, this is an adjustment to those fees that were not part of the fee study. And this list also includes other fees that really aren't updated by City Council. We just include them. For example, there's a section there for the Sub-Regional Transportation Mitigation Program, the STMP. These are mandated by the West Contra Costa Transportation Authority, so we include them here. Another example is the rent program fees. You're not approving those fees, but they're included in here just to have them all in one central location. Next slide, please. One more slide. Okay, again, this is the same slide that was provided last week regarding the commercial cannabis regulatory fees. There were some questions on this regarding if they were going up or down. I did one more slide. The next slide had a little bit more detail. Here we show what the previous fees were and the new fees. So the top three items, they're completely going away, and the rest of the fees are basically getting replaced. Some of the fees are going up, especially the ones at the beginning of the application. One is going from $6,400 to $12,600. But the majority, the annual permit ones, those are going down significantly. For example, retail delivery, well, that's not a good example. Another example, distribution, it was previously $21,600 per year. Now it's going to be $3,300. Here we list out all the different fees that we did have and the new fees as calculated by the consultant. And what's the next slide, please? And what's the impact of these new fees and the fee updates? So based on actual year-to-date numbers, assuming the same level of permits applied for next year, it's the same level of, local economic activity, will yield about $846,000. Again, this is across the board, not just general fund, but for all the funds that have fees and permits. Something I want to talk about briefly is the fee waiver policies. Next slide, please. And one more slide. So in 2022, City Council approved discounts for governmental agency and Richmond nonprofits. The governmental agencies get a discount of 50%, while nonprofits get a discount of 25%. Additionally, Richmond Neighborhood Council get a free monthly meetings, so they pay $0, and one community event per year. For the fee waiver policy on the next slide, fees may be waived when such action is determined by the City of Richmond to be in the best interest of the City of Richmond, our residents, and the service applicant. Government agencies, nonprofits, and Richmond partners can apply. Eligible uses include application fees, permit fees, facility use, up to $5,000 per year. Fees that cannot be waived are the labor cost, insurance, liquor licenses, business license for the City of Richmond, that cannot be waived. Next slide, please. To apply for a waiver, there has to be an application, a fee waiver application, a facility reservation application, a proof of nonprofit status, You still need the appropriate insurance documents for the rental of the property, a financial statement for the organization showing the revenues and expenses, and any other document that may require by the Recreation Division. So next slide, please. So far in 22-23, the city has received 20 requests and the 20 have been approved. Total amount waived so far this year is $10,200. Again, 100% of the applicants requesting a fee waiver have been approved. Next slide, please. And here's a high-level summary of the revenue for the convention center, for the auditorium. So in year to date, so far this year, $70,000, $69,000 in rental revenue, $58,000 in equipment rental revenue. So for a total of $127, as an example, just one, what the revenue that comes into play here. Next slide, please. So proposed next steps. Staff will return in the future meeting with proposed changes to the impact fees. We are researching and will provide recommendations regarding an equity policy. I guess we'll continue to work with consultant. Really want to do this, listed twice. Finance staff will work with department to set a schedule for fee updates. With the ordinance that was adopted a couple of council meetings back, the city, per that ordinance, the city should do a comprehensive fee study every 3 to 5 years. Right now, the departments appear to be lacking. One recent is Public Works and Community Services. Next slide, please. And recommended action, again, is to adopt an ordinance, the second reading approving the commercial cannabis regulatory fees to be included in the master fee schedule, and adopt the resolution setting the dollar amounts for the new fees and adjusting the dollar amounts for the current fees. That would, basically for the current fees is just the ECI, Employment Cost Index update. And with that, any questions?
Do we have any? Yes, Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you. Thank you for that great presentation. For the groups that we waived fees for, do you happen to have a list of those? Do we kind of?
I don't have a list. I wonder if Community Services might have a list.
And over email, will be fine too, if you don't have it now. I know it's a
we can do that.
question now. And I noticed in the slide there, we say revenue waived, and I'm trying to figure out the revenue gained while we waive those fees. So, for example, we just had Richmond Rainbow Pride. We brought in a lot of people from other areas to come in. They're giving us their money as well. We waived the fees. We're waiving the fees for Juneteenth, for example. We waived the fees for a lot of other group organizations. They're also bringing in tax revenue. So I think it's only fair that we either word it a little bit differently, or we kind of also look at the opportunities that we're gaining. We are waiving the fees for the Taste of Richmond. That is a city event, right? But we're waiving the fees for that event. That's going to bring in a lot of revenue as well. And it's bringing really positive eyes into Richmond. So maybe putting it into perspective for the audience, but also for us as we're making a decision about how to further waive more or not waive, or direction there. And I hear a lot of comments from constituents wanting more of the fees waived, especially for community events, especially neighborhood council events. There's a lot of groups, nonprofit groups, that want to do something, right? They work on a very minimal budget, sometimes zero. They're all volunteers, so anything that we can do to help them is going to always be helping out our city. So just looking at those opportunities there. And thank you for the waiver program. That is great. I'm putting it out there more and more, so if people know that that's available, but it is attached to a nonprofit. So just figuring out those small barriers there and see how we might be able to overcome them as well. So thank you for the presentation. That's my only comments and questions. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to clarify, because and maybe I am missing something that you said, but last time, the last city council where we were looking at this and we discussing this item, the motion was really clear about adopting only the cannabis fees. So is that what we are doing tonight? Because my understanding, and it was clear, and that we were going to be approving only the cannabis fees, and then waiting to have a better kind of like analysis of what you are trying to do in terms of equity analysis to the fees. Especially, I agree with Council Member Cepeda about the cost benefit that we have by really making sure that all community centers are accessible to everybody in the city. So I just wanted to make sure what if you can provide information about what this is a second reading. The first reading was approving the cannabis fees, and that was the direction of the council. Is that what we are doing tonight?
Okay, it's one item, but last meeting, it was the first reading of the ordinance. So that was approved. Now it's two different items, or two different recommendations that we're making, that we're requesting. Again, it's the second reading, approving the ordinance for cannabis, and if inclined, to approve the update of the fees.
So, but like the update of the fee will need a second reading, right?
No, it's just one reading.
Oh,
Because
one
we're not creating new fees, no ordinance is needed, it's just an update to existing fees.
So you are coming up asking us for the things that we say last time, that we will need more time to approve it tonight.
Well, my understanding was, you were concerning approving it last week, and it was not approved last week.
Yeah, it wasn't approved because one of the comments that we said is that we would like to see this analysis of a more equitable fee schedule, and especially in the community services. So I got confused because I thought that the direction was that staff was going to be looking at that and coming back with some suggestion about how we were going to do the fees. But I see that instead is the same fees that we were discussing last time. So I just wanted that clarification.
If you don't mind, I'd like clarification from our legal advisor. It is my understanding that at the last council meeting, we had a first reading and approved the cannabis. For the second part, we did not approve that. We asked that it be brought back this session with the changes that were made. You did present the changes, and I do appreciate all the hard work that you put into it, but we did not get a copy of it, and this is our first time to see it. So I would suggest that we carry it over to the June 20th meeting. But from legal, I want to know whether or not that was his understanding, that the second part of it was not a first reading.
Well, as was indicated, for the resolution applying the CPI increases, that doesn't necessarily require a first and second reading, and it's an ordinance that requires first and second reading. But my memory from the meeting was that the council only went forward with the first reading on the cannabis ordinance with the understanding that was going to come back, which it has. And you didn't go forward with the other part of it. And as Councilwoman Jimenez indicated, that was my recollection. I haven't gone back and looked at the record, but that's what I recalled from the last meeting.
Okay. Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
So why don't, I think we can still approve the second reading of the ordinance for the cannabis fees and come back with the other things on the 20th. So I move we adopt the second reading of the fees for cannabis.
I second that. with
We
the
do have
understanding that
And I
this
might
is.
indicate after you act on this, in terms of the other item that you deferred last time, it wasn't, to me, all that specific what exactly you wanted. So you might, after you act on the ordinance, you might want to give more direction as to what you are looking to see for the next meeting.
Yeah.
Yes, I think the motion is to bifurcate the item to make sure that we do pass the cannabis, and then we can continue conversation about the other half. Right, and then we do need public comment.
We have 2 speakers online.
Okay, and those speakers are Jesse Teran and Debbie Baer. Jesse, please unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Jessie Turan. I just wanted to mention with regard to cannabis cultivation, that business has the potential to bring in a tremendous amount of revenue to the city of Richmond. And I think it's important that we make those businesses feel welcome and not just feel like we're taking from them, but also feel like we're willing to give something back. And I know that there are a lot of agricultural courses specifically aimed toward cannabis growing and cultivation at various colleges and universities now. And I was thinking that perhaps the city of Richmond could apply for a grant, which it could then use to educate unemployed or homeless Richmond residents in the area of cannabis cultivation, so which would then turn homeless people or unemployed people into a skilled workforce pool. And it would also make the cannabis businesses, deciding where they want to invest their money, more likely to invest it in Richmond than someplace else. Because like I said, it's, we need to give and show appreciation to the business community as well. We also might want to reach out to UC Berkeley and partner up with them on both the education part and on methane capture of organic waste, because hemp and cannabis is also a producer of organic waste and hence methane, but there's ways of addressing that. The city of Richmond is the #1 polluter of methane emissions in the entire state of California. And I think a lot of that could be addressed with biodigester technology, which it goes into agriculture too. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Deborah Baer. Deborah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Okay, I couldn't find the unmute button. Hi, I have one question about the cannabis thing, because fees look really high to me and they had gotten higher. And I wonder if is the intent just to try to make the most money we can, which is worthy, or is there sort of a punishment aspect of this because cannabis is still seen as sort of a sin? So is this a sin tax? Just curious about how it's considered. But as far as the community fees, I too, along with council members Abatement, would wondered who applied and who got it. Because 20 out of 20 sounds like the waiver is, if you can do the waiver, you'll get a fee reduction. And which would be good because we do want to encourage community activities and a Richmond community. But to me, the process, the application that was shown, I wouldn't know how to fill that out. It looked really arduous to come to. So that's why I wondered if the organizations who bothered to fill it out and got a waiver, 100% of them got waivers, were more sophisticated than I am. But otherwise, I concur with Councilmember Jimenez and Zepeda that we really should basically not ask for fees. Instead of giving them waivers, let's reduce the fees to all of those nonprofits and in a way think that we're subsidizing community activity with city resources, because we do pay for those resources to begin with. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. I have another question. Is there a study being done on the fee schedule?
Antonio, before I respond to that, and then Mayor, if you would like, would you like the deputy? Dave, your phone is ringing.
Welcome.
Would you like the Deputy City Manager of Community Services to respond about the groups that have received funding, as well as regarding the cannabis fees, Ms. Velasco in Community Development? They're both here and can provide comments on those two things. Antonio?
Okay, so in reference to the fee study, there's no plan just yet. We're in the process of probably going to issue an RFP. That's what I'm thinking is the next step, to have all the departments on the same schedule. In the past, we've had some departments do it 1 year, other fees done a separate year, all over the place. The goal, I think, going forward is to have one large study done hopefully every 3 years. The ordinance that was approved by City Council calls for a fee study done every 3 to 5 years. But we would like it for all the departments all at the same time, just to be consistent, just to be able to more clearly explain how the fees are done, make it a little bit.
Right.
And that's something, Mayor, that staff can work on over our recess.
Okay.
Ms. White and Ms. Velasco, if you would like to go to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager for Community Services. Thank you for all the feedback regarding fee waivers. So this is the first full year of having a City Council approved fee waiver process. In the past, there was not an official process. People will go to the city manager, ask for a fee waiver, just depended on how things were going, I think, to determine if someone was going to get a fee waiver. So definitely heard the need and understood the need to have an official process. So we put forth something to City Council, it was approved. So we've been working and implementing that, but as we're going through it as staff, we're also taking notes on how we can make the process better. And we're receiving feedback about what we can do so that the process is easier for community members to be able to access. So right now, our plan is to come back to City Council on July 11th with a more thorough update around the fee waiver policy. So you've seen some of what we will present on July 11th, but we were going to provide a report, and we've already have some drafts of it, of the different organizations that have applied for and received fee waivers. And I actually have a list right now. So the organizations, the 20 organizations that applied and received for various events, and so you may hear organizations twice: the Watershed Project, Peacemakers Incorporated, Richmond Police Activity League, Reset Richmond, Groundwork Richmond, Love Your Block Project, a few Love Your Block projects. So Yes to Nature, Yes Nature to Neighborhoods, the Greenway Gap Group. We have Rosie the Riveter Trust, West Coast Chess Alliance, the Greenbrier Neighborhood Council, Groundworks, Friends of Dirt World. We had a Love Your Block program for Mendocino Park, Pollinator Gardening Group, Richmond Land, CHDC, and the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council. So a number of really amazing groups that applied for fee waivers for events. Really the main criteria for getting a fee waiver is if your event is free to the public, so you can't charge, can't get a free event and then charge to get money for it, and then that your community event is really open to the entire Richmond community and not just a specific neighborhood. So that's just two of the basics there. And if there are any requests to do any updates to the fee waiver policy, we're happy to receive them. And once again, we put forth a recommendation which was approved by council, but we'll make any changes that City Council deems necessary.
Vice Mayor?
a quick question. So I heard you say staff is planning to come back on July 11th. So we were talking here about passing the second reading of the cannabis fees, but we were talking about the other fees coming back on June 20th. So is it preferable to have staff come back on July 11th for everything? I mean, not for
the only
but,
opportunity with that, if I may, Mayor and Vice Mayor, is that then we are going to make a set of assumptions for the budget that will be presented to you on June 20th. And so based on the conversation here and the ultimate direction received, we will adjust our assumptions for the budget packet. That could include a lump sum that would be set aside. We would work through the mayor and vice mayor to come up with criteria and processes, and or we could continue to use the existing fees as placeholders, but it does impact those departments that are on a cost recovery basis.
I see.
I just quickly confer with staff. If we need to, we will get ready for June 20th and provide some additional information on the fee waiver
It
policy.
sounds like the city manager would prefer that, so we have the right fees for the budget.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, I think like for me, I want to have this process because especially for instance, like in the community services, the community services, all the fees are going up in these. And I feel like the residents' ability to pay hasn't improved, right? And the need for services has only increased. So I think like we are trying to make fees schedule based on the inflation and increase, but we need to be willing to provide, like look at this in a way that it look at like the needs of the residents. So I will, I think like for me particularly, I feel like instead of these fees and the community serving going up, they should go down, because the salaries and the everything has been going up, but the ability to pay off resident has been decreasing. So I think like as a city who we are here to provide services, I think we should be looking at that, and that is the things that I feel like we can do. I know that because some of this is cost recovery, that we will need to, we are always with the audit to look at like, oh, we had negative funds. So to be able to not have these negative funds, then we can just do the lump sum, or this, like we can put it at subsidy. So we know that the city is providing that services, so it doesn't show as negative funds in the fund balance. That is kind of like a recommendation that I would like to have, and especially in the community services. We have the, like for instance, and I will finish with that, we had the auditorium, and the fees are like in some ways are very high, and sometimes the auditorium is not getting as used as much as we could have if we have more access in terms of like reducing the fees. And maybe it could be an opportunity to market the auditorium for 1 or 2 years, and is free or at subsidized rate. And then when it becomes, oh, this is the place to go, then we can assess to have a higher, but right now we are having a higher, but we are not getting any also revenue or that much for that, that we could do if we have kind of like a marketing a strategy around that. And I am with that, I think like we, like the city, what we are is about providing services and having the community access to the facilities, to all of that for a better rate or even free is what I hope we can do in the city. Thank you.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, a couple things. I mean, this has been something that has come up over the years, so I'd be interested in seeing like if there is an ability for Richmond residents to have a reduced rate. I know they already do in some ways, but just making it more accessible because, yeah, inflation is hitting a lot of people, and we do have a lot of very low to moderate income people here who may want to use our services, but might be looking at the tag and be like, don't know if I got that to want to spend. So I'd be interested personally too, just to see how we can best accommodate that as we're looking to adopt the next fee schedule. But the other question that I had too, not to put you on the spot, LaShonda, but one thing that you said is, that I heard you say is that one thing that could qualify for somebody to apply for a fee waiver is if they're Richmond based and they're not charging people to participate in a community event. But unfortunately, that did bring up a question. I believe I did hear Councilmember Cepeda said we did waive the fees for the Taste of Richmond, and they're charging $25 to $49 tickets at the door to be in that event. So make it make sense for me, please.
I definitely will do that. That's what I'm here for.
Thank you.
So the fee waiver policy that was adopted by council is for events that are free to the public and events that are for the entire community. That is not the process that Taste of Richmond or Juneteenth or any of those other organizations went through to be able to not have to pay for fees. So that was a separate process. It did not go through the fee waiver the fee waiver policy. That was not part of that.
Okay.
And I don't know, city manager, if you have any words about Taste of Richmond in terms of that.
I think
waiver.
that maybe what the city council may want to do is we could also include this in the conversation with Henry Gardner if the council wants to have more discussion about this. Because we're fortunate that we're in a position now where in the past, all the city could do was provide the space. And now we're in a position now where if the council wants to do more in terms of supporting more community events more broadly, the city council can certainly do that. And we could discuss the processes that you would like to have in place and the criteria and the focus on equity to do so. So we're happy to continue to work with you on that, but I'm trying to be thoughtful that it's almost 9 o'clock. And so if we could also ask Mr. Gardner if we could add this broader topic around events and fees and equity for access to the conversation with Henry Gardner. And if it's something the council wants to prioritize, then we could have that in your goals and objectives, and we could continue to work on it next fiscal year.
I think the question was, what was the process?
I don't know all of the processes immediately, so I would have to get back to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's Councilmember Bana.
I just want to say that I totally support reducing fees for the public, especially nonprofits, neighborhood councils. It should be free, accessible. And I would like to second what Councilmember Jimenez said, like auditorium, if we reduce the price, maybe the frequency of use increases. Overall, we make more money. I understand we need to charge, big organizations, people out of the city, but it's one of the most basic services provided to residents. It should be as accessible as possible, both in terms of the charge and also in terms of the application process. It's too bureaucratic in my view. It should be easier. Thank you very much, and I support what the city manager suggested.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you. I just want to clarify too that the Taste of Richmond is a city event. It comes from one of the commissions, so that might be the reason why. It's not a nonprofit. It's not an outside group. Sorry, I opened up the Pandora's box. I want to try to close it. So it is a commission. So the commission is a city commission. So they are the ones that are sponsoring it. But just like anybody else, cost recovery, we tried to recover some of that. So there was no cost recovery in that interaction. But the fees are just to keep the events going for future years. So thank you.
Which commission?
The Economic Development
Economic
Commission.
Development
Thank you.
Commission.
Okay. What I'm hearing from the council is that if we do consider the fees, we want them to stay as they are. But I would like to have more time to look at the fees, and by looking at the fees, I could change my mind. Right now it's just moving from my gut feelings, and I would prefer for us to hold it over until the 20th. And if you need to make projections, I would suggest that you make projections using what we have now. And I'm curious, how big of a difference would the two projections produce?
Antonio, is that the slide that you brought up for the 800, a little bit less than $1 million, 850,000-ish?
Roughly 850,000 across various funds, not just the general fund.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, Director White, I wanted, like you mentioned, some of the organization, are the soccer teams and leagues had been able to apply for that to be able to use the soccer field that we have and other park?
So based on the list that I have, and I do have Recreation Director Rajana Maharaj here, based on this list, they are not on this list, any of the soccer organizations that have applied for any fee waivers.
Okay, so it will be good to hear from them what because they had been the ones organizing to really reduce the fees for them. So I wonder why they haven't applied. So it will be good to follow up and just maybe I agree with Councilmember Bana that maybe we can do the process easier. So it's not filling a lot of forms. If it is, I don't really know. So just kind of like make it easier so people can apply to that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Willis, my apologies.
I realize I wasn't holding the sign in the most visible way. I get my final quick questions is when is like a final deadline necessary for us to adopt a fee schedule? Because I know we usually always do it around this time of year, so I just want to be conscious of timing and following that. Even if we adopt the fee schedule, is there anything stopping us from re-examining this at later council meetings if there's still any questions or concerns surrounding that? And I know this one is a tall order, but one thing that came to my mind as we're thinking about reducing fees, which is something that I'm supportive of, but is also just thinking about fiscal impact too, because I know sometimes at some of the events that I've reserved spaces for in the past, sometimes there needed a staff person to show up on that Saturday to open and close. Though I'm just wondering like what also was just kind of like the actual impact on like if staff is showing up and what's that cost to the city too. I know that's like a lot to get together. I just kind of wanted to put that out there because that's information I would be interested in knowing as we're like going through this process on getting more equitable fees established. So those are the things I just want to put out there.
Thank you, Councilmember Willis. I can say that for the events that we have waived fees, what you are waiving includes staff cost. So if a staff person, if it's an event on a Saturday, somebody has to, at a community center, someone has to come, open the building, stay there for the entire time of the event, and close the building to set the alarm back. And so we are paying a city staff person, one or two, to be able to do that. If it's the auditorium, that's multiple staff people to have to man that event. If there is a decision by council to reduce or waive fees for the auditorium. And so that just pointing that out, that is part of that $10,000 includes staff time that we have already waived. I mean, right now it's been 20 events, but it doesn't include the auditorium. So far for the auditorium, we have, I don't remember exactly, it could have been close to 60, 70, 80,000 for some charges for staff, not equipment. And so just thinking about what that will look like if city council does want to waive that fee. We will provide as much information as we can next meeting.
May I respond to the rest of the question? So, Councilmember Willis, if ideally the sequencing was set up so that we would enable the council, if they chose to adopt the fees in advance of adopting the budget or concurrently. But we can certainly make adjustments, and if the council doesn't feel comfortable moving forward even at the 20th, then we would then come back and we would recommend making adjustments no later than first quarter. I think that the conversation that we're having around what equity is really important. And then we also though need to, and this is part of the reason why I was thinking we might want to dedicate a line item in the budget for a subsidy for an equity analysis. So then that way, as the requests are approved, then we don't have to, like a department doesn't have to feel like they're quote unquote losing out on revenue for providing a waiver, right? And so that way it wouldn't feel punitive to a department that if we just provided a lump sum, like basket of revenue that the departments could pull from to support events with a specific criteria. I thought that might be a short-term workaround. And then longer term, we can work on, like Antonio said, issuing an RFP, doing a complete update, and having all the departments move forward on the same schedule.
Okay, a final quick question, because you mentioned normally adopting this before the budget. Are we required to adopt the updated fee schedule by the end of June date too with the budget, or is there's the fee schedule a bit more flexible?
There's no deadline. Obviously,
Okay,
the sooner the better.
All right,
Yeah,
thanks
it's just
so much.
because it is in the state audit report. That's what the staff led with it. So we do want to get it updated, and we want to have a process that when the state auditors come back to us, we can tell them what we're doing, right? Like we're issuing a new RFP, we're evaluating fees, we're including the equity analysis, because that's all within the city council policy direction.
All right, thank you. Sorry for taking up the floor too much.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, so I want to clarify. So I think you mentioned that the 800K will be for all the fees, right? Okay, so what I think what I want to clarify is that we are not saying that we are going to give lower the fees for developers or any of these. So there is no all the fees. And also, so I think like for us, we are talking about the ones in the community services more than anything. So, and I want to know how much of this 800K will represent and you don't like, if you have it right now, yes, or if no, it will be
KCRT, can
fine.
you put the slide back up?
And then the other question, while you are doing that, there is a lot of fees that are pending. When are we going, like you are talking about, oh, we will need to, like the ideal is to pass this fee, approve the fees, but there are so many that are pending. When and we are not approving these, so when are we going to get this pending to be approved?
The only ones that are pending are the impact fee study that we're working with a consultant, we're working with engineering and various departments to update those.
So, and when is the timeline for that? So,
I want to say July. There's only one meeting in July at this point.
okay.
Antonio, would you prefer to respond via email
sure
after you
will.
look at the
Yeah.
schedule and confer with the departments?
That sounds good. No, it's good because it's like, yeah, we are in this deadline, but there are some that we are not going to approve because we don't have it. So I just want to make sure that we have that wiggle room there as well.
Okay, can I get to slide 10, please?
And the impact fees, to your point, Councilmember Jimenez, are the fees that you're responding to about the developer. And so our engineering department, now that they're staffed up, they're working to complete the necessary analysis for those reports with a consultant.
Yeah. So you are saying that the community services we weigh will cost almost $31,000.
That's the net, that's the projected net increase
Oh.
if adopted.
A net increase. Okay, so it will be good for us to know the total if we are trying to weigh some of these fees, what will be the impact, so we know for this year. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like this council to be unanimous around how we move forward. And I think in order for that to happen, we need to hold it over until June 20th. And I can assure you that by June 20th, we will have a unanimous move on the fee schedule. So the problem for me is getting the information and not really being able to analyze it so that I can feel comfortable making a decision. And I'm sure many of the other council members have that same feeling. So if we have time to look at the information and to, divvy up into our non-Brown Act conversations, we can move forward in a way that is amenable to staff and to council.
So, if I could,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I think we still want to pass the second reading of the cannabis ordinance. So is it, did we hear from the public already? I can't recall.
Yeah, yes, we did.
Okay, so I'll move the second, I think I already moved it, but.
We had a motion by Vice Mayor McLaughlin and a second by Councilmember Jimenez.
Okay. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Robinson absent.
Thank you. And we will work very hard to make sure we have a unanimous decision on the fee schedule at the next meeting. And once again, much thanks to the finance department, to the entire staff for the hard work that you put in. It's very much appreciated. Next item.
All right, our next item is item Y1, and that's to receive an update on the draft fiscal year 2023 through 2024 annual operating budget and fiscal year 23 through 28 5-year capital improvement plan budget, and receive direction from the City Council prior to final budget adoption.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? So this evening, we're going to go through the draft budget updates, and then we also have our consultants here to provide an update on the 5-year projections, another item for our state audit report. KCRT, can you please load the presentation? Thank you. Next slide, please. This is my favorite slide of all the budget slides, where I graciously remind our City Council and members of the community that we are working on our day-to-day operations, our citywide corrective action plan, new council member requests, and new council policy direction. One of the things that we're trying to mitigate in this presentation this evening is mixing between the fiscal years, because that's something that happened back in 2021, and we want to make sure that as we're moving forward with our information, that we're focused on 23-24 right now in our CIP budget, and that we just provided the Q3 update, next slide, and that we will be coming back to you with additional information pertaining to fiscal year 22-23 separately. Friendly reminder, if any of the council members would like to meet with us, feel free to reach out to Lilia Corral, the management analyst in the city manager's office, and she will help set up meetings. And I appreciate many of you who have met with us. We think that it's been helpful in keeping this process moving smoothly. Next slide. Here is a high-level overview of all the items we're going to cover this evening. It is a rather lengthy budget presentation, so we thank you in advance for your patience. It's nearly 50 slides, and it will be posted on the finance website. So just briefly, one of the things in terms of making sure that the council is clear on the process is that I want to remind you that you've approved contracts with Econ Economics to look at revenue and 10-year forecast, as well as Gov Invest to look at expenditures and a 5-year forecast. So this work regarding revenue and expenditures and this economic analysis is all a forecast. We are watching the news. Sometimes I send you all newspaper articles of things that I read because it's a very dynamic environment right now. There's things that are happening that are way beyond our control, and I feel very fortunate that at this juncture, the city continues to be in a good financial position, but there's a lot of externalities that could impact our budget, and so we just want to continue to be very thoughtful with our expenditures and continue to hire incrementally to improve service delivery to City Council. The other thing that's been very helpful is the council working with Henry Gardner on goal setting. So those meetings took place on May 22nd, May 31st, and we have another meeting scheduled on June 15th. It is our hope that those meetings will enable us to continue to make adjustments to the budget in fiscal in Q1 and at the mid-year next year. Next slide. So again, I want to remind everyone that our budget, we think of it as an envelope, and all of the funds, the 215 million are in our revenues for general fund. That was what we had revised for this current fiscal year, and we're projecting 225 million for fiscal year 23-24. So that's almost a 5% increase. And so I really want to thank Mubin, Antonio, Nikki, LaShonda, and all the staff in finance and all the staff throughout all the various departments, because this is a really heavy lift. But we're pleased that we're continuing to project increases in our general fund, but many of these assumptions could change. And so we have to be prepared that there may be shifts in the economy that could, for example, like our transfer tax could dramatically decrease if there continues to be a slowdown in the real estate market, or fewer large transactions. And so with that, I will hand it off to Antonio Banuelos, who is our revenue manager, to talk about general fund revenue assumptions and other assumptions pertaining to revenue and our budget, as well as Mubin Carter, Deputy Director in Finance, and Nikki Maste, our Deputy City Manager for the City of Richmond, who also previously Haas graduate and also has a strong background in finance and has served as Finance Director in other cities.
Okay, so I'll take it off. I'm going to focus on slide 8 here, general fund revenue assumptions. The assumptions are pretty close to what was previously provided in May, with some major or some important adjustments. One of the changes was to the forecast assessed valuation. The original property tax forecast was flat, 0%. We're now projecting assessed valuation going up 3.3%. This is actually based on a conversation I had with Gus Kramer, the county assessor, where he stated that the majority of properties in Richmond will go up by the max cap of 2%. So that's a very good. Then additionally, we adjusted for the property sold in calendar year 2022. Basically, the sale price minus the old valuation yielded an additional 500 million in valuation for the city of Richmond. And finally, like we always do, we left the Chevron refinery flat at 0%. We can never tell if it's going to go up or down from year to year. It's based on a complicated formula that the county will not share with us. But it's based on value of output, so it's the volume and the price. We should know the official change of the assessed valuation the first week of July, so in about a month from now, we'll have the actual after budgets adopted, of course. This data point, the assessed valuation is going up 3.3%. Actually impacts property taxes. Here we see the secured property tax line within property taxes going up 1.3%. What we call the vehicle license fee backfill swap. That's within the sales tax category. That's going up $344,000. And the pension tax override fund, where the excess gets rolled over into the general fund as an operating transfer, that goes up $660,000. As you'll notice in the next page that we won't get to yet, the actual increase in property taxes is 4%, so higher than the 3.3%. And that's because we have other revenues in that stream that act a little bit differently. The main item that has changed, or the only other item that changed is what we call the successor agency surplus property taxes. We actually received the June amount, which was higher than expected. And this serves as the base for next year. So even though we're keeping the growth at 0%, the base is actually higher this year based on actuals because we received that revenue stream. That's an addition. Again, even though that revenue stream will remain flat, it's an additional $700,000. Okay, the next adjustment that we have is the utility user cap amount. This is based on a very specific CPI, and the CPI actually went down in May. So we've been seeing significant increases every month for the last year, but this past May, it actually went down. And that caused the projection to decrease. In this case, we're going down for the cap amount by $990,000 from the original projection in late April, early May. Again, the overall cap amount is expected to increase from what we have this year, but the increase will not be as much as originally forecasted. Specifically, the cap amount for the current fiscal year is $29.8 million, and right now the current projection is $33.7. The original projection was $34.6 million, so a decrease of $990,000. We should have a better understanding where this will land probably next week when the next CPI is posted, next and final CPI that goes into the formula is posted next week. Finally, the last item that changed in the assumptions is the business taxes. We're increasing this revenue from $8.5 million to $10.5 million. That's a $2 million increase. And that's based on actuals paid in 2022 and 2023. The actual due date for 2023 is still a month off, and we still have a lot of businesses that have not paid. So this number might end up changing. But based on numbers we have so far, the 10.6, 10.5 will be the new base for business taxes going forward. For the current year, though, we're actually close to $12 million. And this year will be somewhat of an anomaly because we have many businesses that are paying the tax twice during the current fiscal year. They're paying their 2022 tax and they pay the 2023 tax. Part of Measure U was that it called for all businesses to transfer the the expiration date from previously was based on anniversary. Now they're all expired on 12/31. So some business paid a prorated amount, paid 50% for 2022 during this fiscal year and also paid the 2023 license. This year will be a little bit of anomaly. We'll end up a little bit higher. Again, the 10.5 is the expected base of the business tax going forward, and hopefully it'll increase and be easier to forecast going forward after this. And we'll have a better understanding after July 1st, when hopefully most businesses have at least paid one full year of the tax. Next slide, please. Again, as mentioned, the assumption slide, we really have 4 adjustments from the May 2nd meeting. Property taxes going up $1.9 million. Again, this is tied to the CPI and higher actuals. Sales tax is going $344,000, again, tied to the AV. UUT is going down $990,000, tied to the CPI for energy services, and the transfers tax is going up $660,000. That's also tied to the assessed valuation. So total net increase for the general fund revenue since May 2nd presentation is about $4 million. And with that, I'll hand it back to Mubin.
Good evening, Council and Mayor of the City of Richmond. And this slide represents the assumptions behind salaries and benefits and all the other expenditure items. And the salaries and wages include all the approved MOUs with the bargaining units such as fire, local 1021, local 21 police, management at local 21 and executives, and also estimates for implementation of class and compensation study as of July 1. Payroll and fringe benefits include going current rates for healthcare costs and also other post-employment benefits per the current actuarial studies report, and retirement rates are based on the CalPERS provided assumptions for the current next fiscal year and going forward. Workers' compensation rate is based on the risk management analysis and overall is decreasing by 3.35% in this coming year. Professional and administrative services is baseline budget, removing the one-time appropriation from last year, and also adds about 5.5 million for additional appropriations, and also includes an inflation factor that is total of about $761,000, which is mainly the amount that we had last year, which was about 5% of the total professional admin services at the time. Other operating also is the baseline budget with one-time appropriations removed plus an inflation factor of $258,000, which is the same amount as in the fiscal year 22-23's budget. Same kind of assumption with equipment and contract services. Provision for insurance loss category is actually small insurance premiums in police and fire departments, and these are just basically whatever the insurance rates are for those equipments and vehicles. Cost pool category in general fund involves a vehicle replacement, and this is provided by the fleet services, the list of prioritized items, and this budget is draft and will change before it gets adopted, and we will have an itemized list of equipment included in the budget for you to review and comment. And cost pool for general liability is based on the risk management analysis, which is inching forward towards gaining 80% confidence level over a few years. However, this is a draft budget given that Matrix Consulting is performing a study and review of the rate structure, and this is also going subject to change before budget gets adopted. Cost pool, cost allocation plan, administrative charges is unchanged since the city is still waiting for that cost plan finalized by the Matrix Consultant, and it may get changed before the budget is adopted, but we can't say that with a surety since we don't know the timing when that will be finalized at this point. Cost pool for civic center debt allocation. This change is charge is derived from the debt service schedule, cash balance in the debt service fund, and it's allocated to the departments based on the square footage that is used by the non-general fund, and also there is a general fund share for the departments that are funded by the general fund. So there is an analysis backing that allocation. Asset capital outlay includes the major maintenance and equipment charges, which is basically based on what the departments need. Debt service expenditure is based on all those various loans and debts and their amortization schedules. A87 cost plan, again, is a credit to the general fund department for those services that they provide to the programs that are non-general funded. And this charge is unchanged given that the cost plan is not finalized yet. Grant expenditures is based on the awarded grants, and mainly in this area in general fund is a Love Your Block grant program. All the other grants are generally tracked in non-general funds. Operating transfers out has recurring and one-time subsidies to non-general fund programs such as the landscaping and maintenance districts, subsidies to employment and training, Richmond Housing Authority, contribution to Department of Children and Youth, and this next fiscal year, transfers out schedule also includes $150,000 subsidy to rent program for their general liability rate increase. That is a new line item that was not included in the current year's budget. This is the numerical representation of the assumptions that we just discussed in the previous slide. Overall, total budget is for the expenditures is $225 million, which is about 4.76% increase from the current year budget. And we can see what each category is increasing or decreasing. And the major highlights are Salaries and wages are increasing by 9%, and professional administrative services are increasing by 16%, or roughly about like $3 to $4 million, which is mainly because we have included all those additional appropriations in this area, which will be discussed later in the presentation in detail. And the other category that is increasing significantly is cost pool, and that is because of the two major drivers that are increasing. One is there is a larger list of vehicles that are proposed to be replaced. Again, we can provide the itemized list of those vehicles and which departments are proposing to purchase those vehicles. And the other piece is general liability risk management charge. Again, that is increasing based on a number of different factors, actuarial studies, and also plan to gain 80% confidence level over a number of years. And again, this is the major change in the budget from the current year revised budget to the proposed next year budget. This slide is representing the line items behind the transfers out. $4.8 million is for the debt service, which includes the civic center portion, and also some of the capital leases and loans for fire truck or the replacement of light poles in the city at some point that was done. That project was loan funded, and that service is here. And contribution to Hilltop Lighting and Landscaping District, Marina Bay Lighting District, Employment and Training contribution, a subsidy to that department, and this number will change. We have not finalized the contribution because the budget is still moving and it's still in the draft mode. Once the numbers are more refined, this subsidy number will change. Information technology equipment replacement, that is a recurring contribution of $100,000 on annual basis. Department of Children and Youth, which is a 3% approximately contribution to this fund based on voter approved measure, and it is proposed to be, it is 3% of the revenue. Current year in 22-23 fiscal year, it was 2%, so it's increasing by 1% of the general fund revenue. Richmond Housing Authority, this number is a placeholder, $1.3 million approximately. It will change as the budget is still draft, and it's draft for the RHA also. And as the numbers will finalize, this subsidy number will change. There is a contribution to the pension fund, $152,000. This is a recurring contribution funding the city's old legacy pension plans. Reimagining public safety unhoused intervention is a same contribution level as in the current fiscal year, and so is for the Reimagining Public Safety Youth Works, $1.98 million. And then here we are also representing rent program general liability subsidy for $150,000. With that, I will hand over to Deputy City Manager Nikki Master.
Thank you, Naveen. We will now go over some general fund additional appropriations. First, we have economic development. This is an addition of $135,000, and that is amongst our 3 art centers, NAID, the Richmond Arts Center, and the East Bay Performing Arts Center. Each will have a total of $100,000 each. The city manager office, $5,000, and that's for a part-time student intern to help with council priorities and implementation. The library, $50,500. $25,000 is for equity, diversity, and to support communications and emotional intelligence, and to increase more training. $25,500 for strategic planning process, which will raise community awareness of existing library services and direct the library's future investment in programs, service, and materials. Next slide, please. Recreation totaling $326,992. As you can see towards the center of that slide, $36,959, $42,993, and $29,309. All for additional staff time, one for the Developing Personal Resources Center. The additional staff time is for your special events for the Chinese New Year, Black History, Senior Information's Day, 3rd of July, the tree lighting, additional staff required to enhance precautionary measures in place for rescue scenarios at the swimming pools. We also have $47,355 additional resources and supplies to meet the needs of in-person enrollment, prepare for enhanced programming, and extend the hours of the community centers. $50,008 for additional funds will be required to restore programs such as youth soccer, basketball, tennis, volleyball, adult softball, and outdoor adventure activities. $9,300 additional postage for mailing additional community service program guides. $40,000, an allocation of $2,000 for each neighborhood council for community events and festivities. The budget helps activate and empower the councils, engage residents, and build community. $71,068 for administrative student interns to provide ongoing support for neighborhood councils and volunteer services, as well as complete special projects related to volunteer services and community outreach. Next slide, please. For the fire department, a total of $491,200. Well, now some of the larger block dollars are for, and actually on the next slide, you'll see $260,700. And that is to conduct another fire academy for the fiscal year 23-24 to fill future vacancies due to anticipated promotions. And also $120,000 for the fire department plans to conduct another series of promotional examinations for battalion chief, fire engineer, and fire inspections. Those are the larger items. Some of the smaller items include $17,200 for acting pay of fire personnel for suppression to fill vacant roster assignments, $10,000 for the cost to plan reviews for third party needs to outsource to expedite the review process for fiscal year 24. $16,000 for maintenance, diagnostic, and repair of chest compression devices and AED defibrillations. $14,500 for the Office of Emergency Services CERT supplies. $8,800 for Firecom DC headsets. $2,000 for hazmat. Under Public Works, a total of $127,800. The larger items is $36,000 for overtime budget for street maintenance division. $36,000 for that, $32,000 for overtime budget to support police department at the BART station, $40,000 for carpenters, painters, and building materials for them. Next slide, please. For the police, a total of $893,505. Larger items include $125,005 for animal control agreement, cost increase with the county, $110,000 police station lease increase, $253,500 for maintenance for automated license plate readers, $180,000 for the RPD under a contract with Public Safety Family Counseling Group to provide officers and non-sworn staff with specialized law enforcement counseling, $50,000 for a contract with Ripple Works to provide officers and non-sworn staff with mental health applications to monitor and provide improvement solutions to the users. $100,000 increase in training in ammunition supplies to account for the hiring of 30+ positions. $50,000 for rental expenses to account for the hiring of the 30+ positions, and $25,000 for new speed trailer to address overspeeding in the city. Information technologies, $3,039,978. If I could do IT for $3,000, that would be great. That's not possible. That cost will include about $1.5 million for the CRW track upgrade, another $500,000 for Tyler Munis upgrade and training, $600,000 for probably telecom, another $600,000 for cybersecurity, and about $500,000 for fiber optic replacement. Next slide, please. Non-general fund additional appropriations. Housing, $250,000 for financial consultants to support 12th and McDonald project and the Home Key program for homeless housing. Another $500,000 for the Cal Home Loan Improvement Loan Program. $1,200 for International Loan Servicing expense. For planning and building, $2,300,000 pass-through environmental impact review planning projects. Another $750,000 for consultants to implement priority development area grant programs. $450,000 pass-through of legal services for planning projects. $10,000 for additional legal notice requirements for the planning projects. And as you can see from this slide, the total estimated budget for revenue and expenditures is $225,374,607, an increase of revenue of 4.78% and expenditures of 4.76%. Come on up.
In order to keep the presentation moving quickly, I'm happy to cover this slide. So essentially, at our last CIP presentation, we did not yet include the port capital budget. The items here today include a number of items that have been identified in working with existing staff regarding improvements that need to take place at the port. These are placeholders at this juncture, but enable us to make upgrades to the port that are sorely needed. Next slide. There's also a fleet analysis that's in progress. The City Council has requested that we move towards zero emission, and so staff is developing a 10-year transition plan. We also understand that our paving index is fair, and we need to make improvements to that. There's also been a request by the City Council to bring our risk reserve levels to 80% confidence. Next slide. And with that, I will turn it over to our consultants that we have on the line, as well as, and so Sue, can you make sure, I'll turn it over to Antonio, but Sue, can you make sure that the folks are admitted? Antonio?
Logan. So here we're going to talk about the State Audit Corrective Action Plan and the recommended 5-year financial forecast. As we all know, the City of Richmond was audited by the State of California. They had 11 recommendations. The first recommendation was regarding the 5-year financial forecast and was described as below. Richmond should include multiple scenarios in its financial projections, including scenarios with potential additional risks, such as economic downturns or recessions, and how the city would continue to fund its operation under those circumstances. Next few slides will cover staff's 5-year financial forecast, including alternative scenarios. Okay, so here, this slide is a 5-year financial forecast for the revenue assumptions for the general fund. In this slide, we have a revenue assumptions for the middle of the row scenario. So basically not too optimistic and not too pessimistic. A couple of clarifying points. The assumptions are based on where we are coming from. So we're looking at our history to where we think we're going. We look at the historical data and see what their average change was from year to year. Sometimes we look at the last 3 years, sometimes we look at the last 15 years. So it depends on the revenue. We also get input from various sources. On the revenue side, for example, we get input from Avenue Analytics, our sales tax consultant. From Beacon Economics, we get their analysis on future trends for some of the city's major revenue streams. And from GovInvest, a review of our data and assumptions. These assumptions you see here are the net result of more detailed forecasts. For example, going back to property taxes, the revenue category is made up of 6 specific revenue streams. Some have a 2% growth factor, others have a 6% growth factor, but the net average in this example is around 5% from year to year. Also, the farther out we go, usually it's the more conservative the forecast becomes. The closer we are, the more accurate, at least we hope we are. Also, we include known factors. For UT, for example, we know that the tax settlement with Chevron that is currently $4 million per year will go away in 24-25. So that's definitely a part of the forecast. In other taxes, we also know that the franchise agreement with PG&E was recently approved and will be fully implemented in 24-25. So that new rate that we forecast for 24-25 will be the base going forward. And we'll be adjusting from there. And with that, I'll hand it off to Mubin.
This table here summarizes the assumptions for the 3 scenarios for expenditures. There are universal growth rates that are around the personnel costs, because all these 3 scenarios assume consistent staffing level throughout the projection, throughout the forecast. And so that's why it includes for salaries and wages, the proposed budget for 23-24 and MOU, which are mainly effective through 24-25 for all these bargaining units or about to be. And then beyond that point, beyond that, it includes about 3% growth on annual basis going forward. CalPERS normal cost is based on PERS provided rate schedule. And CalPERS unfunded liability is for the year 23-24, it's CalPERS provided rate. However, going forward, it's GovInvest projection or estimated rate change based on the return on investment for CalPERS. For the non-personnel costs for pessimistic scenarios for 23-24, it's whatever we have proposed in the draft budget. And there is about 0% increase in the expenditures for pessimistic scenario, and then 3% increase in the year 25-26 and beyond. For the middle of the road, we use the same type of scenario because the city services are assumed to stay consistent and stable level as the staffing level in this forecast. So we're not projecting any change or growth factor different than the pessimistic scenario for the middle of the road scenario. However, on the optimistic scenario for the year 23-24, again, is proposed budget as we have in the draft, and there is slightly higher growth rate in the expenditures for the optimistic scenario, given that the economy would be flourishing in that scenario. We're not really setting any precedent, but we're just assuming that factor. And then there is 4% increase in 25-26, fiscal 27, and then 5% in 27 and 28. These are the scenarios, and based on these assumptions in these scenarios, we created three next slides talking about where the revenues and expenditure would land and what the net effect would be if we applied these scenarios to the expenditures and revenues of the city's general fund. And we see that in the year 25, in the optimistic scenario, in the pessimistic scenario, my brain just got flipped, sorry. Under the pessimistic scenario, in the year 25, we see about a $1.7 million deficit, and that grows to about $9.6 million deficit by the year 2028. That is, again, under the set of assumptions used for pessimistic scenario, for revenues and for expenditures, as discussed in the previous slides. And this slide represents the middle of the road scenario. And we see that there is a slight deficit in the year 2025 for about $238,000, and which grows to $4.2 million by the year 2028. And finally, this is the optimistic scenario. And we see that the deficit is the smallest, about $45,000 in 25. And it grows to $3 million by the year 28. So these are the three slides that we have, three scenarios that the staff is providing based on the corrective action plan and the state auditor's recommendation for the council's review. And the next slide is again regarding the state audit corrective action plan. And it is a pension update and cost management strategies. And we have our consultant partners, NHA advisors online, and happy to introduce them. Michael Mayer. There you go. Michael.
Thank you, Mubin. Am I coming in clearly?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. We could probably go to the next slide. And good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Mike Meyer, I'm a Vice President with NHA Advisors. Also on the line is my colleague, Mark Northcross. It's nice to be in front of you all again. I know we were in front of council a few times last year working on the pension bond restructuring project and doing some basic CalPERS education. So looking forward to continuing this conversation tonight. Next slide, please. As you are aware, I know you had a presentation a couple of weeks ago by GovInvest. The UAL debt that the city has with CalPERS is projected to be about $380 million when the new reports come out this summer. That does take into account the losses that CalPERS had in fiscal year 22. As you're aware, the city also has about 154 million of outstanding pension bonds. So that puts the overall pension debt of the city at a little over 500 million. The city has historically been very proactive at managing pension costs, each year prepaying the UAL, which generates a significant cash flow savings for the city. Last year, the city successfully restructured the old pension bonds, as well as got rid of all the interest rate swaps associated with those transactions, which significantly reduced risk for the city. Last year, the city also set up a 115 trust. We'll get into what that trust means and how that can be beneficial to the city in the future. And obviously, the city's been committed to continued education with what is a fairly complex subject in terms of CalPERS pension. So our role tonight and our goal with this presentation, it's about 13 slides, is to reiterate some of the basic info that GovInvest presented a couple of weeks ago, but take it a step further to also incorporate the pension bonds, a discussion of the tax override revenue stream, and then introduce a few cost management strategies that may be helpful for the city moving forward. Next slide, please. So just as a recap in terms of why essentially all agencies across the state are facing this challenge. Pension debts are, for most cities across the state, the largest debt on the balance sheet. They've been rising rapidly over the last decade, mainly because CalPERS has not met their investment targets. So they have earned under 7% for the last 20 years. That's a lot lower than what they had assumed in the early 2000s when they were assuming they'd make somewhere between 8.5% and 9%. CalPERS has also been changing their assumptions, which directly increases the unfunded liabilities for all participating agencies. And lastly, they've been requiring agencies pay back this debt on a shorter time horizon of 20 years versus the previous method of 30 years. So just like a mortgage, shorter time period means you pay it off quicker, but it does mean your annual payments are a bit higher. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the UAL right now is projected at 380 million. And I think one important thing to note about the UAL, and I think this ties into the broader conversation about forecasting and trying to take into account a lot of expenses that change from year to year. The UAL is one thing that changes year to year, and it can be very volatile. And it's not just one debt of 380 million. It's actually lots of different layers. You could think of them as lots of different mortgages that total up to 380 million, but each one of them has its own repayment period. Some are very short, some are very long, and it gets aggregated all together. And so we like to use this visual, we call it a layer cake, because that's essentially how this debt works. Each year, CalPERS will either add a layer to your repayments or they'll subtract a layer. And I think the key point of this is that it's very hard to predict and it's hard to budget for. And it's why utilizing some of these other cost management strategies to kind of reduce some of this volatility in the future is often recommended and can be helpful. Next slide, please. So 34, quick slide on the current UAL situation for the city. That UAL has increased by about 45% over the last 7 years. And if you focus on the chart there in the circles, that really shows how volatile that UAL can be. That's just the last 4 years. So in 2020, the UAL was 367 million. You could see that in the orange circle. In 21, it decreased by a lot. It decreased by over 100 million. That was because CalPERS earned 21.3%. However, they went out and lost negative 7.5% last fiscal year, which will drive the UAL up to 381 million. And then they are currently underperforming this year, unfortunately. They still have a few weeks to go. But the last we heard, they're at 3.3%, which would push the UAL up to about 400 million. I think from a budgeting perspective, the chart on the bottom is very important. These bars represent the payments that the city has to make to CalPERS each year to pay down this debt. And I didn't mention it before, but this debt gets amortized at a 6.8% interest rate. So CalPERS is charging all its agencies an interest rate of 6.8% on this debt. If you look out to the left in the orange bar in 2018, the city was paying about $14 million 5 years ago. This year, fiscal year 23, closer to 30 million. So those costs have more than doubled or about doubled. And then looking forward to the end of the decade, you can see those costs creeping above 45 million to about 47 million. Next slide, please. So want to touch on a couple things related to the pension tax override stream, as well as last year's pension restructuring. Both are very important. The city of Richmond is one of 20 cities statewide that levies a property tax to cover a portion of pension costs. The city works with an outside actuary each year to figure out how much of these pension costs can legally be paid for by this override. That number is at around 82% right now. If the city, 80 to 82% is about 45 million or so of the total pension costs. However, there's another constraint that the city is capped by, and that's the 0.14% of AV. So while you, in theory, could go up higher from an actuarial perspective, you are capped legally at that 0.14%, which is generating about $25 million roughly as of this fiscal year. So that pension tax override covers a little over half of the 47 million or so of total pension expenses. And when I say total, that's the normal cost, the UAL, as well as the payment on the POB. Obviously, the remainder of those pension expenses need to get paid by non-pension tax override monies, so primarily from general fund monies. Next slide, please. So as you may recall, last year during the restructuring project of the old pension bonds, this is a chart that depicts the situation that the city was facing prior to the restructuring. So we show the normal cost payments in blue, the UAL in gray, and then in blue there were the payments on the old pension bonds that the city had the opportunity to refinance and restructure. And then in teal, you can see that's the revenue stream. That's the pension tax override revenues. And I think the key thing that you can see on this slide is that the amount of costs above the amount of revenue to be collected was very high over the next decade or so. And so one of the goals of the restructuring was to better reshape those payments to mimic the revenues coming in and reduce some burden on the general fund. Next slide, please. Colorful chart here on 37. I think just a couple things to note on the goals that were executed successfully last year. One of the biggest goals was to get rid of all the swaps. That was done. That reduces a lot of risk for the city. The second one is what I mentioned on the last page, and that was to reshape those royal blue payments related to the pension bonds. And so previously those went out to 2034. As you can see in the chart on the bottom, those royal blue payments go out another 10 years or so. And so instead of paying where that purple dotted line is, the city was able to reduce those pension expenses and better reshape them to match the pension tax override revenue stream. We did project that to create a benefit to the general fund of about $90 million over the next 11 years. Next slide, please. And we have just 3 or 4 more slides here. So want to introduce some of the cost management strategies that are available for all CalPERS members. The first one is something the city is already doing. That's to prepay the UAL each July. So essentially you pay upfront instead of making monthly payments, and CalPERS does give you a pretty nice discount for doing that. The second option is what's called a fresh start amortization. This is where you request a new repayment schedule from CalPERS that's more level. Unfortunately, CalPERS forces you to shorten the amortization term, and that means that you're forced to pay much higher payments in the early years. Most agencies aren't looking to pay more immediately, so that's not a very popular option. The third option here is by far the most popular amongst agencies across the state. Probably several hundred agencies are executing one or both of these strategies. And this is to really pay extra. So beyond your annual bill to CalPERS, taking reserves or taking surplus and either paying CalPERS directly, that's what's known as a lump sum pay down or an additional discretionary payment, or setting aside those funds in a Section 115 trust. And this is something that the city has set up, and we have a slide on this coming up. And lastly, there's also the option of restructuring some of that UAL into a new bond at a lower interest rate and to really reshape those payments in a way that works better. Because interest rates have risen so much in the last year or so, this isn't a very feasible option in the current market, but something that the city may want to monitor in the future. Next slide, please. So we have a slide each year on the 115 trust, as well as the additional discretionary deposit strategy. The 115 trust is a separate trust, and once money is put into that trust, it legally is restricted to pension or OPEB costs. And a couple big benefits of the 115 trust. Number one, it does open the door for more investment opportunities, so more potential for better returns versus leaving those monies in the general fund, which are more restricted in terms of what you can invest in. The city does have their your 115 trust with PARS. PARS does offer 10 different portfolio options with all types of risk and portfolios and time horizons. The number one benefit of the 115 is really budgetary flexibility. So once you're able to fund that account to meaningful levels, you can really dip into that when you need to. So if you're having a tough budget year, let's say 5 years down the road, you can actually use funds in that account to help make your UAL or your normal cost. You can actually take money out of there and make what's called an ADP to CalPERS at any point in time in the future. So these strategies are not mutually exclusive. You can kind of pair them both together, or you can let those funds grow over time. And at some point you may have enough in there to just fully extinguish that UAL with CalPERS. The downside, of course, is that you need to fund this account, which means that those funds need to come from reserves or future surplus if there is any. Next slide, please. The other option in terms of paying more is to send that money directly to CalPERS. You can pick and choose what parts of the UAL you want to pay off, and then you do get credit at that interest rate of 6.8%. So the benefits are reducing the UAL, you increase your funding ratios with CalPERS. The one difference between this and the 115 is that you don't really have another rainy day fund like you would with the 115 trust, which gives you a little bit more flexibility if you run into some economic challenges in the near future. 41, next slide, please. So just to give the council kind of a visual on how a lot of agencies are using this 115 trust, it's really what we call a shock absorber and help stabilize the impact to the general fund. And so what we've done here, these blue bars represent the payments you're required to make on the CalPERS UAL. In teal there, if you look at 2024, 25, 26, and 27, we've assumed that the city's able to contribute close to $20 million into this 115 trust. And then what we've assumed is that when you hit those challenging years out towards the end of the decade, kind of that mountain peak in payments where that second arrow is pointing, you could actually start to pull funds out of that 115 trust and use those funds to make your payments to CalPERS. And what that means is that the burden on the general fund isn't as high, and you can stabilize those costs at where that orange dotted line is. So again, this is a conceptual example, obviously, the more you can put into that trust, you can bring down your future payments even more. Obviously, the flip side is true. If you're not able to get in that amount, then you won't be able to bring down that peak in payments by as much as we're showing here on 41. Next slide, please. Last slide on options, the concept of restructuring using debt. This is where you would issue a pension bond, take that money and pay off some of the UAL with CalPERS. And there was a lot of agencies doing this in 2020 and 2021 when rates were lower. So number one benefit in certain markets is to reduce the interest rate. Secondly, and probably most importantly, is reshaping those payments to be more smooth. In the case of Richmond, it would probably mean to reshape them to better mimic that revenue stream, which would really stabilize payments to the general fund. But again, the market right now, interest rates are very high, so this is not something we would that's very popular right now, just given the risk reward has changed versus where it was a couple of years ago. Next slide. So in conclusion, this is a challenge that is facing nearly every public agency statewide, essentially in the same position as most other cities, very similar funding ratios, similar size UAL relative to the budget. The city has been very proactive. We commend the city for that, but as you can see from a lot of these charts, costs are rising significantly. Obviously, fingers crossed that CalPERS recovers some of these recent losses and that mountain peak won't be as steep. But I think for the purposes of budgeting and looking at a lot of those different scenarios that Mubin and the team was presenting earlier, very important to always conduct sensitivity analysis. So, what if there's a recession? What if CalPERS earns 0% for a couple of years? Building all of that into the forecast is always highly recommended. Continuing to look at the 115 trust and ADP options based on how much the city might see having in surplus in the future to dedicate towards this challenge. Those options can be analyzed. And then lastly, a pension funding policy is something that many cities are adopting, really just to provide a roadmap as to how these rising pension costs will be tackled over the long term. Those pension funding policies are also looked at favorably by the credit rating agencies as well. So this is obviously one step in I think a longer process of education and evaluation of cost management strategies. And I'll stop there and see if there's any questions, or maybe staff is holding questions till the end.
Yes, can we go to the next slide, please? Mayor, through you as the chair, we're recommending that City Council continue their checklist to city staff and NAH this evening. Next slide. City staff will return with a proposed budget for adoption on June 20th. We are recommending that in September or October, the City Council will have an opportunity to amend fiscal year 23-24 budget in accordance with your facilitated goal setting sessions. Next slide. And I just want to remind since we have many new council members regarding the processes that are currently in place. We are currently in our interim audit that's currently in progress. So that's also a heavy lift for city staff. So that's happening concurrently with this budget development cycle, as well as moving forward the corrective action plan by the state. We have to close out the current fiscal year. We have our annual audit that will commence in October through December, 22-23 year-end update and direction on allocation of unspent funds, again in September, October. That allows staff to continue to work on things over the recess. Q1 update for the budget for fiscal year 23-24 in October, November. Our ACFR is an important financial document. It's the document that we encourage the City Council to utilize when looking for the final outcomes pertaining to the budget. That generally comes to the council in January, February, and that'll be in 2024, as well as commencing again with the single audit in February 2024. Next slide. And so with that, Mayor, we turn it over to you to help us facilitate the Q&A with staff and NH and the consultants, and we will take down the questions that are asked, and you also received the checklist from your previous items via email for those received thus far. And staff will continue to make updates to those Q&A as new information becomes available.
Okay, so council will ask questions. You will make a list of those questions and respond to us via emails.
Yes, and that includes NHA advisors who the city staff have worked with, as they mentioned, not only this evening to prepare, but they also worked with us to sunset the swaps.
Okay, and then how will this work in terms of preparing this to vote for approve a budget by the end of July?
The charter requires that I confer with you, Mr. Mayor, on development of the budget. And so based on the information that we have, I would continue to confer with your office to present a balanced budget to the City Council on the 20th. That can then be further amended and refined in Q1 of 23-24. So we're just getting our envelope situated. And if the council wants to move around funds within the envelope, we're happy to do so at a later date. All right,
I'll start with Councilmember Willis's pockets.
Because I need to excuse myself because I got to wake up in about 6 hours or less. Is it okay just to do quick comments with my questions, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Yeah. Also, sorry to excuse myself. The quick comment I wanted to say is just in general gratitude to staff and everybody. I mean, I think this is like the first budget that I've looked at since I've been on this council, and I'm not like stressed out about how all these moving parts are going forward. So just thank you for presenting us more options and flexibility. I do really appreciate the, assumptions that were used just to try to be a little bit more optimistic about where we can go so we have more wiggle room in terms of how we spend our budget. One thing that's been coming up for me in background ever since last year, and this has been discussed multiple times, is the Chevron utility tax, the fact that that's going to be expiring, and I know that's going to have an impact on our ongoing revenues moving forward. So I know we can't necessarily budget for funds that are no longer there, but if this council wanted to pursue trying to renew that in some way or fashion, at some point down the line, one thing I would like to see personally is just some assumptions on, like, if we were to renew it, what would that look like in our budget based on what the market says we could be getting out of utility tax, and what would work to offset any negative impacts to our city's budget, just getting some like assumptions and projections and options on like different ways we can pursue it, because that date's going to be coming up pretty soon. So we might as well jump on top of it and start those negotiations now. So that's like one of my main things. But other than that, just really grateful to staff, and thank you everybody for all the hard work you're putting into this.
Thank you. Councilmember Bana?
I have comments and suggestions, no questions. Should I share them now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to make a suggestion that because we live so close to the refinery, we should have dynamic air monitoring system. And I've been talking to UC Berkeley, and graduate students can make air sensors. The difference is that we will be in charge of the data. We will be the owners of the data. It will be active data. So if pollution rises, we receive alerts, alarms. So we'll be alerted to higher pollution. So I would like to ask for $10,000. Hopefully there will be a prototype, then we can ask for grants from Air District and other entities. I would like to also ask for historical plaques. Richmond is a very historical city, and we should take pride in our history, but I haven't seen any plaques that explain the history. For example, Riggers Loft, cafeteria, all the many other buildings that we have. So I suggest we allocate that. Also, I would like to request a budget for cultural events, like $100,000, and the staff can set the process, how to allocate it or request for that. And finally, the biggest item I'm asking for, I don't think if it's enough, actually, I would like to ask for more, but I minimize the amount considering all the budget shortfalls, because we live in a very high fire hazard severity zone. State Farm, the largest insurance company, is not going to give insurance policy to new homeowners in California. Same with all states. So we need to take meaningful steps for wildfire safety. So I'm asking for $500,000 for wildfire safety, for fuel reduction, and basically fuel reduction, education, and other things. So the Richmond Fire Department and Public Works can plan how to spend that. I really think it's very important if you consider the price, the average price of homes in the very high fire hazard severity zone is around $800,000 to $1 million, and there are thousands of them in that area. We really need to take some meaningful steps. And I think this is a minimum we can do for the city of Richmond. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation, lots to take in. Going through my notes, I forgot that this was the same presentation for the notes. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. And lots to take in. So the fees listed, I'm assuming they're based on whatever new fee schedule the city council is approving. Just want to make confirmation there was a number in there. For the HLMD, the Hilltop Landscape Maintenance District, we want to confirm the transfer out, something that I've been working on for years, and we can dig into it deeper. But I want to make sure that the 235K is the correct number based on the data for previous years. We go back and forth on what that number will be, so I want to make sure that we look at it, making it correct going forward. Great job with the fire. I like everything that they're asking for. I want to make sure that we're also utilizing some of the Measure X funds. I don't know if we're utilizing that. It was a tax approved by the taxpayers here in Contra Costa County. I want to make sure that Richmond is using our portion of it. And right now, I'm not sure that we're using 100% of what we could be using. So it would be great to see what we can. Great to see speed trailers. Thank you, Chief French, wherever you may be, for putting more speed trailers on the budget. Thank you for that. For the wharf removal, for Terminal 4 specifically, I had heard that we received some grants. So is that budget that's there based on the grants? Is this additional? Is this just taking into consideration those grants? So I want to know where that numbers are coming from. The rental income on page 24, I noticed that it goes down. Next year is high, and then from there it continues decreasing. If you can please let us know why, what happened. Are we renting less? So what that is happening. For other revenue, it says 0%. If you wouldn't mind reminding us what that is for. Why is it, what other revenue stands for, and why is that 0? For benefits for CalPERS, the healthcare benefits, I see a 3% allocation year over year. But historically, CalPERS has been nowhere near 3%. Last year, I think they were an average of 17%. So depending on the plan that we're looking at, and we know that Kaiser is going to be at least in the 20 percentile. So it's definitely nowhere near 3%. So I want to make sure, and those numbers are not in yet. The preliminary budget for CalPERS will be coming in towards the end of June. So we might be able to take a peek at that. But then making sure that year over year, 3% is never going to be it. I think we're going to be closer to 6 to 7% average. I don't want to shortchange ourselves there. And then one of the end slides there, any recommendations on how we can close future deficit? I think it shows for the last couple of years in your presentation, we're going to be having more and more of a deficit. What can we do today to make sure that we can help close that deficit? Any recommendations would be appreciated. And to help the conversation when it comes to CalPERS, if we can try to differentiate between the pension, but also using PEMCA as a differentiator. PEMCA stands for the Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act, which is what creates the CalPERS medical portion. So CalPERS before was only pension. Many years ago, they added the medical, two different liabilities. I want to make sure that when we talk CalPERS, we're not mixing both of them in our minds, because they're two different liabilities. We have to treat them separately. They come from different buckets, and they have different solutions towards a solution of getting away from that liability. That is all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Thank you very much. Thank you to staff for really an extensive and comprehensive presentation. I really appreciated it. I was especially appreciative of the three different scenarios, the what was it called? The pessimistic, the middle of the road, and the optimistic. And I think that's really important, and I think we need to continue to see those different scenarios in the future as we review this budget or amend it, and in subsequent budgets as well. Because and this is a comment which I'll follow up with about 5 simple questions, and you can put them on the checklist, of course. But we live in a very unstable, inherently unstable economic system. And, there's an unavoidable boom and bust cycle. I mean, decades past, we've experienced them. And I think we're in a new era in terms of our economy not being able to bounce back. That's how I see it. That's how I read it from economists that I trust, and I read their analysis. So regardless of whether we see in the near term a mild recession, a strong recession, an economic downturn, whatever we want to call it, it's the poor that are sacrificed. And that's what happens. That's why I do want to point out that the discussion about the reduced fees and the potential additional waivers is something I fully support. So thank you to my council colleagues who spoke to that, because I do think our community is going to be hit hard. And, it could be a slow dragging out of how the hardship comes about. I mean, but there are mountains of risks: high inflation, housing crisis, extreme weather. We all know the challenges we face. And so again, I think it's going to be a long-term downward crisis. Yes, let's look at the most optimistic scenario, middle of the road, and pessimistic. Let's not put our heads in the sand. Some of my questions. Can you lay out, by way of the checklist, overtime costs, estimated overtime costs for police and fire? I also want to make sure, and I already talked to the city manager about this. We talked about, we approved the public bank, and we will be having a working group with the city manager's designee, who's Nikki, and the city attorney's designee, who's Floy Andrews. That working group will be established very soon, and that will be to finalize the business plan. And the business plan is coming along really well with the banker that the public bank has hired. But we also need to think about that $750,000, which is small, that Richmond is going to have to put in to capitalize the bank. Alameda County will be putting in, I think it's something like 20 million, and Berkeley and Oakland have in the millions, but ours is, because we're a smaller budget and have a low-income community, 750,000, I think, is very reasonable. So if there's some way we can line item that, it would be great. I also would like to understand the PTO, pension tax override, better. I know it's a tool for helping to reduce our pension costs, or better handle and manage our pension costs. So maybe a little explanation would be helpful from our consultants. For the Richmond Swim Center, people are really wanting more hours, if possible, for the swim center. So if that's something we can consider. And just as an aside, while I'm talking about that, people are saying less chlorine. So that's not really a budgetary issue, but I wanted to throw that in there. I also want to make sure we have lighting and bathrooms for our parks. I did note on our consent calendar, we have a contract amendment for reconstruction of the roof at Shimada, for the restrooms at Shimada Park, which is great. But, you know, we need to have lighting and bathrooms as part of all our parks. And the last thing I want to say is on the unspent funds that we will be looking at in September and October, I think you said that'll be the unspent funds from the 22-23 fiscal year budget. If you could, I don't know if you have any sense, but I guess I would like some kind of an estimate, something to just kind of have a sense of what we might have to deal with at that point. And that's the end of my questions, comments at this point.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to appreciate the finance staff for bringing a balanced budget. So now we are now in this position of like finding money to balance the budget, but just have a conversation about how we are where we want to allocate some money. I also want to thank the city manager office, her staff, and city attorney for the great work that you did in the electricity franchise fee, which is showing in the budget, how like more. And also the work on the pension tax override fund, and it's showing also like how we will have less transfer out, more transfer in, and it's complicating. So I won't go that far, but I just wanted to appreciate all the work that is coming. I wanted to mention, like, one thing that I wanted to say is like we are asking questions, but the public is not hearing the answers. We have many questions that we asked in the last presentation of the capital improvement plan, and we just received it today. And thank you, I appreciate the work of staff putting in all of that. But I think like we need the public to know all of this, so if you can publicize that, like it has to be a way for public to really know all these questions. So I hope that we can figure out a better way to do that. So now my questions. Thank you. I think I am going at the presentation when, so there are some questions about the revenue and expenses. As well, I sound as a broken record, but I had been talking about the cost pool. Like I was talking about the swaps when the swaps were here. You mentioned in the last Movie mentioned in the last meeting where May 2nd, when you present the first draft, that there were three cost pool allocation: vehicle replacement, debit service, and risk management. But now you mention also the administrative charges. It will be good to have how much is going in each one, right? Because you are in the first draft, you put it 24 million, 24.8, and now it's going down 21.8. So how that allocation it is. I think that is one thing that I want to just to have. And also, like, I would like to say what amount total has been allocated to risk management. And I am asking this because as is described on page 15 of the agenda report, we know the city's consultant is still drafting a rate structure. And I want to make sure that until we have a clear methodology and understanding more what goes into the risk management and the risk, the reserve level, the confidence level, we are not putting too little or too much money into the risk management. So I think like I want, before we are asked to put more, that we really have a presentation, what is the plan, how the claims are going, how the length of opening the claims. I know that some of this is closed session, we cannot disclose a lot of things, but I think like general information about how this money is, and I think like we have a great discussion yesterday, so I think some of these questions that I asked yesterday, I think like I will love for you to put it in public as well, in terms of disclosing like operation, like breaking down the operating costs of the worker comps, the general liability, so we have more idea on that. So that is in the budget. I wanted to say that I really appreciate the putting money for arts and all the different parts. I love that is happening. Another thing that I want to do, I went to on the listing positions, and I want to make sure that the homeless strategic plan asks for more staff, but I would like to see where in the multi-year position listing shows the new positions, because it's important for us to have that staffing to be able to implement the homeless strategic plan. And we see that with people commenting here about the conditions that they live. We need more support, and this is not something that historically the city has been taking on, because it has been the county. But also, I would like to make sure that the library is staffed is enough to be able to open during the weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, as well as in the recreation department. We are talking about, as Councilmember McLaughlin added, people want more swimming, like the swimming pools to be open more hours for the kids and for the young folks and for everybody, and have the recreation center open Saturday and Sundays as well. So when I see the job listing positions, I see that 4 FTEs were added in recreation department, and I wonder if this is enough. And also, I know that in the recreation department, a lot of the staff is part-time, but we don't see the part-time listing here. So it will be great to have like full-time position and part-time position here listed. So that is in the budget. So now I am going to the projections. So I saw an analysis of the past 23 years, that compounded revenue rate for the general fund, and it has been 39.7 increase. But yet the city is projected for every year from 2025 to 2023, an annual growth rate to be less than that. So I will know. I would like to know why. And also like also in this analysis of the 23 years, the city has been underestimating revenues for at least 50 times out of kind of like 50 times out of the past 20 years. So I think like I would like to have kind of like a more explanation how the revenues has been doing, because when you see that underestimation, so sometimes it's like how we are doing these projections. Then the other part is the utility user tax, and you mentioned we are going to have a decrease on $4 million because the settlement agreement with Chevron, but that means that Chevron is not going to pay anything, or Chevron is going to pay what they were paying before the settlement, and why? You know, like why we like, and if necessary to start conversation of what is going to happen after that, because I don't believe that the city council will allow that. And then in the forecasting, it will be good after we had the MOUs completed that I would like to request a projection of staff costs, payroll, wages, fringe benefits for the years that you are doing the forecasting each year, because it's our biggest expenditures in the city. And I think it will be helpful for the council to see that expenditure to be how is forecasting. And I think like, and then my last part, which is in the part of the unfunded liability, it will be great to have an analysis on all the auctions and see how it costs for us. Like, for instance, you mentioned the 115 trust, and you mentioned the cons and challenges, the pros and cons, but I would like to see in numbers, if we do that, what it will look like. And as Council McLaughlin asked also, it will be great to have the projected expenditures for this fiscal year, so that we have a projected revenue that we have this year, so we know more or less what is the projected total surplus or excess funds that we are going to have. Thank you.
All right, and all the council members actually covered my questions, and I'm going to save my preferences for the goal and priority settings, because that's where I think the best venue for sharing what is important to me as a council member should be shared. I do have one thing that hasn't been addressed. I'm having difficulties keeping budgets separate. You know, there's a capital improvement budget, and then there's a general funds. And my understanding is that vehicles are part of the capital improvement. But then on page 10 of 23 in the report, it says that cost pool has gone up because of vehicles. And so you know, if vehicles are part of the capital improvement, how can they be reflected in the general fund as part of the cost pool? So there's that's a question that I'd like answered. You know, I need you to train me better on how to read these different budgets. So that's it. Do we have
Mayor?
public comment?
Mayor, briefly, while public comment is coming up, can I just go back to slide 2? So as you've requested, we're going to continue to work on revenue enhancements, and we'll be bringing items before the City Council for you to consider after your recess. I started working on increasing the franchise fees back in 2018. We've sunset the swaps, and we have adequate reserves. And in this budget, we're including in this budget an opportunity to increase capacity in our finance department. So we'll certainly do the best we can to answer all of the questions that were asked this evening between staff and the consultants. But with the current staffing levels, we may not be able to get to the detail requested, and we'll have to develop a work plan to address the questions as city staff time permits. I want to remind the council that in addition to the activities that you are seeing before you in these council meetings, there are a host of other day-to-day operations that all city departments have to engage in to meet the needs of our community, our residents, and the businesses and nonprofits that take up a considerable amount of staff time. And the meetings this evening are a primary component of our job here as civil servants, but that this is only one component, one dimension of our responsibility to the community. And so I just ask for the city council, I thank you for your patience. I think we've made considerable strides, and I appreciate you having grace and being thoughtful with staff as we're working to meet your requests.
Thank you. Public comment?
Yes, we have online speakers.
And we currently have 5 speakers online. Those speakers are Ruthie Denon, Johnny Connor, Deborah Preston, Lolis, Nitin Borwalker. Ruthie, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
My name is Ruthie Deneen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Ruthie Deneen. I'm Executive Director at East Bay Center for the Performing Arts here in Richmond. First, I want to thank the City of Richmond and the City Council for all your support for the center over the years. Increased funding will allow for a deepened impact, including more programs, more events. We currently serve 3,500 students, including 65 weekly classes at our main site and programs in 17 Richmond schools. Your support is critical to us having sustained funding and maintain tuition-free classes and a vibrant home base for so many children and youth in Richmond, as well as our broader Richmond community. We're about to launch our summer programming on June 26th. We invite you to come visit us at our main site during this exciting period of our work, including our end of summer performances, July 25th, July 26th, and July 27th. Also, I want to take this opportunity to invite and remind you of a major production performance that we will have at the center this weekend on Saturday, June 10th at 7 p.m. and Sunday, June 11th at 3:30 p.m. Hogbe Chocho, led by the legendary CK Ledzeko, celebrating Ghanaian history, arts, and culture, looking at music and dance as one. So I hope many of you can make it. This is funded by the Hewlett Foundation, an exceptional opportunity and program to be holding in Richmond, showing what we do and what we're all about. But I primarily want to be here just to thank you for the support and remind you of how important it is to help make this anchor institution thrive and be a part of the community. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Johnny Connor. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Johnny Connor. I'm a Richmond resident, and I've been involved with the East Bay Center since I was 13, starting with the diploma program. I'd also like to start with a thank you for your continued support for the arts and for the center. This place and the people that make it happen have done so much for not only me, but so many other kids like me. Without the center, I would not have had the opportunity to come into my own as a musician, nor have many other experiences and forms of art. Because I know I never would have tried dance or many other things without it. I've gotten chances to lead that I would not have been able to seek out on my own, like with my involvement with creating the guidelines for the Richmond Promise. I've made connections that would have otherwise been impossible, learned valuable lessons that I'll carry with me into law school, all with the quality of support that without the center, my family couldn't afford. And I want kids to have those same opportunities that I had, and for the program to have the resources to develop even further, because the amount of love and care that is put into this work makes me and every other child that gets this chance to experience the East Bay Center for the Performing Arts incredibly proud. And I've also been asked by our friends at the Richmond Arts Center to give you a few words from Gabriela Yokwe, the educational manager And it says the Richmond Arts Center would like to thank the city for their generous support of the arts. At its core, the center aims to empower the community of Richmond through art. With the city's support, we are able to continue and expand our programming and further strengthen our relationships with our local partners, such as the East Bay Center. And you have our deepest gratitude. So again, thank you so very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Preston. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Preston, and I'm the Human Resources Director for the East Bay Center for Performing Arts. I came to the center 2 years ago as a part-time human resources person to help the center out after retiring after 35 years in other organizations, human resources. And I'm just honored to be a part of such a phenomenal organization. One of the reasons why is because I was born and raised in Richmond and didn't really know about the center. Once I got here, I was just hooked on what they do for the kids in our community. The staff is so dedicated. They are really raising the consciousness of our youth through the arts. I'm constantly impressed with the passion and dedication of the staff. They don't see the work that they do as work. And it's very clear. The passion is deep and connected to the community and youth we serve. I'm so encouraged by almost 50 years that the center has served our children and young adults to help them visualize a brighter future for themselves and our community. So from me to you, I just want to personally thank you for your continued support for the youth of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lolis. Lolis, please unmute yourself and state your last name for the record.
Hi, I'm Lolis Garcia, and I work for the East Bay Center for the Performing Arts. I am the Associate Director of Student Development and Training, and I again want to thank the city for supporting us and their continued support. And I actually started at the center as a student when I was 10, when I moved from Daly City. And because of the center, I have been able to find community and can now say that Richmond is where I'm from, and I'm proud to always state that I'm from Richmond. The center has offered so much culture and support to all the students that have come, and that's kind of what got me to stick around for this long. It's become our second home. It has offered culture that I don't think I would have found somewhere else. And it has made me have family far away from home, and also giving the opportunity to students that don't have the resources or the money to pay for classes that are so important, like music, theater, and dance, especially those that are in schools with very low resources. When they take away arts and they take away music and they take away a lot. And so having the center as a space where we can get a little bit and offered more support than any other place is something that we need to continue to support and offer to the community in need. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Nitin Borwanker. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Nitin Borwanker. I'm a resident of Richmond in May Valley. I'm an electrical engineer and a data scientist by profession. I would like to express my support for the budget request for the Richmond UC Berkeley Sensor Data Project that was proposed by Council Member Pana. Many projects have measured data over the years, but none of that data belongs to Richmond. As a resident, as an engineer and a data scientist, I find this quite surprising. This project will change the situation first in Richmond, then in the whole county, and then the greater Bay Area. We intend to create a publicly owned database of all pollutants and emissions and polluters, continuously updated with sensor readings every 10 minutes. This will allow us to generate early warnings for incidents like the 2012 Chevron incident and last year's Martinez incident. It will also allow us to identify slow leaks and violations that may be happening under the radar. We want the public to own the data, and we want all available data to be made public. It is a simple need. We want to know what is in the air we are breathing. We want to make the information easily available. We want to teach students how to measure the data and what it means. Please fund this budget request and help us empowers citizens of Richmond to take ownership of their air. We are right next to one of the greatest universities in the world. Students of this university are ready to step up and help. We need to step up and get the process jump-started. The approval of this request will get it started. I urge you to grant it. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. So staff has direction from council.
Yes.
Okay, so then we'll move on to the next item. You can just write it. Okay.
Thank you again, Mayor and City Council, and to all of the Richmond staff involved in the budget process. Thank you.
Our next item is to receive a presentation from the Richmond Police Department, the Contra Costa County Human Trafficking Task Force, and the Family Justice Center on anti-sex trafficking efforts.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Assistant Chief Simmons, and on behalf of Chief French, she sends her regards. Regrettably, she can't be here. She's on vacation. So it's my pleasure to introduce these fine folks that we have sitting to my right, your left. Captain Lopez, who commands our Investigations Bureau, is going to be introducing some of his friends. We've got members from the DA's office and the Family Justice Center. RPD takes human trafficking very seriously, and so thank you for allowing us to have this opportunity to share how we partner with the DA's office and how we partner with the Family Justice Center to combat human trafficking in our city. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is John Lopez. I'm the captain, as the chief mentioned, of the Investigations Bureau here at the Richmond Police Department. This presentation is going to be 3 parts as representatives from the Family Justice Center, the Contra Costa Human Trafficking Task Force, and the Richmond Police Department will explain our approach to human trafficking in Richmond and the services that are provided for victims and community members. We are happy to answer any questions afterwards if you like. Tonight, I am partnered with two individuals with vast knowledge and experience. LaSharay Johnson from the Contra Costa Family Justice Center and Katrina Natali from the Contra Costa Human Trafficking Task Force. Do we have slides up? I didn't even ask that first. Do we have our PowerPoint up? No? There it is. Next slide, please. Excuse me. It is important to explain the Richmond Police Department's mission in order to understand how we strategize our human trafficking prevention and enforcement efforts. It is the mission of the Richmond Police Department to prevent crime and maintain order. It is vital that we work in partnership with our community in order to help solve neighborhood problems, address root causes of crime, and improve the overall quality of life in Richmond. We strive to perform in a manner that promotes 3 important elements: public trust, confidence, and a sense of safety and security. Next slide, please. Human trafficking is a serious crime that violates the basic human rights of victims. The Richmond Police Department is committed to working with our partners to identify, investigate, prosecute, and prevent human trafficking in our community. So what does that look like? We regularly work with other law enforcement agencies, victim service providers, and community partners to identify victims and gather evidence to support criminal prosecutions. It is imperative we protect not only victims of human trafficking, but also protect our community members who are affected by sex trafficking in their neighborhoods. The police department strives to bring confidence to our community without risking the confidence of the victims. And this is a 2-part problem. It's vital that we humanize everyone involved with this problem, the community members and those that are potentially being trafficked. We aim to also prosecute offenders. We work closely with the Contra Costa DA's office to build strong cases against traffickers and to ensure that they are held accountable for their crimes. We also raise awareness about human trafficking to not only community members, but to our own officers as well. Training and law updates is important so we can equip our officers with the correct knowledge and laws before they patrol our streets. We also raise awareness about human trafficking to the community, and we do this through forums, meetings, neighborhood councils, and public interactions to educate the community about the signs of trafficking and to develop strategies to prevent people from becoming victims. Our efforts against human trafficking have been dramatically scaled back, however, over the last couple of years due to police departments' decreased staffing levels. And I can go over that later if you like. Next slide, please. Law changes worth noting. Senate Bill 357 is a California state bill that was signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom on July 1st, 2022. The bill repeals California Penal Code Section 653.22, which criminalized loitering for the intent to engage in sex work. Now, how does this affect law enforcement? Well, prior to 2023, it was unlawful for any person to loiter in any public place with the intent to commit prostitution. This intent is evidenced by acting in a manner and under circumstances that openly demonstrate the purpose of inducing, enticing, or soliciting prostitution. This law has been removed, which makes detaining a person for loitering for prostitution unlawful. Senate Bill 357 has handcuffed law enforcement's ability statewide to rescue victims of human trafficking. While unfortunate, this law will not deter law enforcement, however, from detaining juveniles when there is enough reasonable suspicion and reasonable cause for believing that the minor is in immediate danger or physical or sexual abuse danger. Next slide, please. Strategic plan. So there are some hurdles for us to overcome. I now want to share some specific strategies that the Richmond Police Department is doing to still achieve its overall mission. This is our strategic plan. Also notice how it correlates to our overall mission of working with and in partnership with our community to help solve neighborhood problems. We are actively involved with the Contra Costa Human Trafficking Task Force. This task force brings together law enforcement officers from different agencies throughout Contra Costa County to work together on preventing and creating different human trafficking cases. Just to mention, during a recent operation in Richmond, task force officers from Pittsburgh PD, San Pablo PD, and the Contra Costa Sheriff's Department assisted our agency with a human trafficking operation in Richmond. That operation in Richmond netted 3 criminal cases being generated, 2 citations, 3 victims being rescued off the streets, and 1 juvenile rescued from the city of Richmond off the streets. And 1 adult male was arrested for pimping and pandering. That specific case was presented to the DA's office, and that individual was accordingly charged. Another strategy we employ is meeting every 2 months with the 23rd Street Working Group. This working group is made up of community members, leaders, and merchants to discuss important concerns such as collective objectives, strategies to combat human trafficking, blight in the neighborhoods, and policing strategies. Officer development. We have developed lineup training for our officers on how to identify and respond to human trafficking in Richmond, as well as case law updates. Victim service partners. We have partnered with victim service providers to ensure that victims of human trafficking have access to the services they need. And you will hear more about that later in this presentation. Outreach. It is our goal to raise awareness about human trafficking through public education campaigns and outreach efforts. And lastly, we will conduct multiple direct impact operations throughout the year and focus our efforts on identifying victims of human trafficking, investigating suspected criminal activity, protecting community members from unwanted blight, and creating strong cases for prosecuting suspected human traffickers. I'd like to thank you for your time, and I'd like to now pass it over to Katrina from the Contra Costa Human Trafficking Task Force.
Hi, good evening, council members. Thank you again for inviting us. And I'm going to try to keep this to 5 minutes, but I will happily welcome if you have questions afterwards. And I'm also happy to meet with you individually or in group at a later point if you have more things that you'd like to discuss. So my name is Katrina Natale. I'm director of the Contra Costa Human Trafficking Task Force. I also happen to be a resident of Richmond for the last 10 years. And I'm here representing the task force, which is co-led by the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office and Community Violence Solutions. You may be familiar with CVS. They actually have an office in San Pablo, as well as out in East County. Oh, thanks. Sorry, next slide. I forgot. Thank you. Briefly, our vision. Our vision is for an informed community free of human trafficking where all survivors thrive. In terms of our mission, we've just revised it to be a little bit more inclusive and representative of the work that we do. So we work collaboratively to address all forms of human trafficking by encouraging self-sufficiency and empowerment through survivor-centered, culturally responsive advocacy and service provision to survivors. by striving for exploiter accountability through prosecution, education, civil remedies, and restorative practices, by educating members of the task force and the community, and harnessing data to guide these efforts. I'll briefly say a couple words about our key principles. We have a federal grant of $1.5 million over a 3-year period. And part of what that helps us do is take a co-leadership model and a collaborative model to this work. So we are not exclusively law enforcement, nor are we exclusively community-based, but we bring those perspectives together in the group to work from a multidisciplinary approach to these issues. We focus on being trauma-informed, victim-centered, culturally responsive, and we're working on building out our survivor leadership within our task force, meaning having folks with direct lived experience of human trafficking engaged in helping us guide the work that we do. And finally, we're striving towards being evidence-based. Data collection on this topic is a real challenge, but we're starting to build out some programs to do that. Next slide. I won't go over all of this in detail, but I wanted to kind of give you a better sense of who the task force is, because I think sometimes when folks hear task force, their mind automatically goes to other models that they've seen, where it may be an exclusively law enforcement-led initiative, or it might be exclusively a community-based initiative. We bring those things together. So as I mentioned, the District Attorney's Office is the lead law enforcement agency in the task force. And Community Violence Solutions is the lead victim service provider. In addition to those two entities, we also have about 35 other partners in the task force that range everything from local law enforcement agencies, including Richmond PD, to community-based organizations that maybe do art therapy for survivors of human trafficking or provide residential services, to other state, federal, and local agencies like the Contra Costa Office of Education or the Employment Development Division of the state of California. The Contra Costa DA's office houses me. I'm the director of the task force, 2 investigators, so a sex trafficking and a labor trafficking investigator, a human trafficking analyst at halftime, 2 designated human trafficking prosecutors, so a prosecutor that specifically works on sex trafficking cases, and another prosecutor that works on labor trafficking and labor exploitation, so things like wage theft, failure to provide worker compensation, insurance, that kind of thing. And then finally, 2 specialized human trafficking advocates. Community Violence Solutions has an anti-human trafficking program manager that they're just now hiring in, several case specialists, and then they also serve as the pass-through agency for funding to Bay Area Legal Aid, International Rescue Committee, Justice at Last, and My Sister's House, who are funded service providers under this grant. That is not to say if folks are not receiving funds through the task force that they're not doing the work. There's a lot of funding for human trafficking work. And so we work with many, many agencies, not just those 4 there. Next slide. And then in terms of key activities and strategic plans, I'll try not to duplicate some of what Captain Lopez presented to you, because that's a lot of the activities that he presented are also things that we're engaged with both RPD and also other partners in the task force. But we do strive to proactively identify, investigate, and prosecute cases of human trafficking and provide services to survivors of human trafficking. We also work on strengthening and expanding our collaborative partnerships. So in the coming years, an example of that would be bringing more folks from workers' rights organizations into the task force to help us really create a channel for identifying cases of labor trafficking, which is recognized as being under-identified and under-addressed everywhere in this country, not just in this county. Working on protocol development. So an example of that is work that we'll be starting on a protocol on how to better coordinate services to survivors, how to make sure that folks are getting connected to the right agencies and the right resources in a systematic way that we can track. Coordinated and comprehensive victim services. So that's doing a gap assessment, looking at where we have our strengths and our weaknesses in this county in terms of services for survivors of human trafficking. An example of that is shelter. We have very limited shelter resources for survivors of human trafficking in this county. They have very specialized needs and very often are not, be sent to a shelter for perhaps unhomed or unsheltered folks, but they have very particular services that they require. And then finally, outreach training and capacity building. And that's, you know, everything from raising public awareness, doing prevention activities in local schools, to building our own capacity within the members of the task force on how to be more trauma informed when we're conducting human trafficking investigations or providing services to a particular cultural group. And then finally, we're one of the convening members of the 23rd Street Working Group, which Captain Lopez mentioned, which was really born out of residents' concerns about human trafficking and commercial sex work on the 23rd Street corridor and related kind of livability concerns that they had. And so really using that as a space to coordinate responses, also provide information and education sharing to really humanize the issue for folks and help them better understand the dynamics of human trafficking and what that looks like. So with that, I'll pass things over to Lashari.
Excuse me, Mayor. We need a motion to extend.
That's right. It's almost 11 o'clock. Time to.
I move so.
Okay, move to extend.
Till 11:30?
Yeah, 30.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmembers Robinson and Willis absent.
I can continue? Great. Hi, thank you for the opportunity to allow us to present and to continue on. I know we're almost going to be over time. But for the Family Justice Center, my name is Lashari Johnson. I'm the program coordinator. I've been with the Family Justice Center for 3 years. I've been a part of the Human Trafficking Task Force for probably the entire 3 years I've been with the Family Justice Center. I was brought in by a former RPD detective, Detective Bartley. She's no longer with us, but she really played an integral part in my interest in human trafficking. Can we go to the next slide, please? The Family Justice Center is a co-collaborative center, as many of you may already know about our work, but we assist those that have been affected by interpersonal violence. So that's sexual assault, human trafficking, elder abuse, child abuse, domestic violence, and stalking. So we see many clients all the time. Our human trafficking clients are, I would say, the most underserved. It's really hard to kind of collaborate and to get them what they need. And one of the biggest things that they oftentimes need, like Ms. Katrina said, is housing. So we really are grateful to be a part of the Human Trafficking Task Force to work together to get these folks what they need most, which is safety, support, and access to free services, which is what we provide. So on the slide here is kind of our model where we see the victim in the center. So we really have a victim-centered approach. We want to get them the crisis support that they need and then get them safety, of course. Usually those things work hand in hand. We want to get you safe and we want to assist you while you're in crisis. And then from there, we want to move the client, to their long-term safety journey. So we connect them with our various programs. In our center, we do have stands. We have stand advocates, we have CVS advocates that work with us, and a host of many other partners that work in our centers. If they don't work in our centers, we have amazing connections with at least 62 plus partners to get our clients what they need when they're experiencing human trafficking. Can we go to the next slide? Awesome. So our history and background, I'm just going to start. In 2015, the Family Justice Center was opened in Richmond. So we're right here on 256 24th Street. And we have had amazing success with working with the Human Trafficking Task Force. In 2016, I'm so sorry, I can't see. Okay, so since 2015 till now, We've, again, had amazing success. Chief French was a part of our founding and our team with developing the Family Justice Center, our strategic planning. Since then, we've opened up more centers. So we have one in Concord, we have one in Antioch, and we're now assisting with the reimagining process for Solano. Solano has had their Family Justice Center much longer than ours, but we're so glad to be working with them in their reimagining process and hoping to reconnect and build relationships around human trafficking as well. Next slide. Where's that? We have one more. All right, so we have crisis support, legal services, case management. We work with the Richmond Police Department. We have SVU on site, which is an amazing advantage for us to be able to work with law enforcement on a day-to-day basis and provide support for our clients. It's easy for us to just walk right on over to our law enforcement colleagues and ask them, or they walk over to us and say, hey, we have someone who's been affected by human trafficking. What can we do as a team to support this person? And it makes the process a lot easier. We do offer telecare, which is very new. It is a free telehealth program that we offer that allows clients to access doctors from Sutter and John Muir and have free healthcare appointments. It is all virtual. They can have their appointments safely at the Family Justice Center or from their homes or using their phone, their laptop, or their tablet or computer to host their appointments. We have child abuse counseling. For long-term safety, we have parent education and job training. And we've added a few more programs to this list as well. For community, we have Project Connect. We do an annual backpack drive. We have community events, and then our most famous Family Justice Institutes that we host all of the time, where we're providing trainings and opportunities for community and partners to learn ways to better assist the populations that we work with. So the trainings are all free. Currently, they're all virtual. I did attend one in person, which was actually pretty fun, on Trauma 101. But for the most part, I think we're going to keep them all virtual because it allows many people to attend. Usually our attendance is at least in the hundreds for people to that want to attend our Family Justice Center institutes. And we've just recently brought back our camp. We usually have a camp for those affected by interpersonal violence. It's for youth. We do see a lot of youth all the time. And we're so glad to bring our camp back as well. One thing I would like to share in addition for the community and for those present is the importance of the work that we're doing. And a lot of community members may feel like they don't see the progress, or it seems like nothing's being done. But being a part of this team and this dynamic group, working with Ms. Katrina, has really allowed us to be that light and to really share the work that we're doing, that we are assisting and providing great services to the clients that we are seeing. Thank you.
So as you can see, Richmond has had quite a commitment to helping human trafficking victims. We pride ourselves in the city as being cutting edge. The FJC has been exactly that. The investment back in 2015 has allowed us to be cutting edge, to set the pace and the table for how human trafficking victims are rescued and how human trafficking can be addressed in a unique and collaborative way that has spread itself to other neighboring counties. If you haven't had an opportunity to visit the Family Justice Center, I'd be happy to host you over there and show you around. It really is a spectacular thing to see. We've moved all of our special victims detectives that normally would be housed at the police department. They're not housed there. They're housed inside the FJC, like what was said. So that's all of our domestic violence, sexual assault detectives. So they have an opportunity to work hand in hand with victim advocates, and victims of these types of crimes don't have to go all the way down to the police department and kind of be in a more sterile environment. They get to actually go to the Family Justice Center, where there's an environment that's conducive to being a little bit more inviting, and they're greeted by advocates that can meet them where they are, and while the case is also being investigated. Children are brought there. I mean, it's really a fabulous place. We'd love to have you there. So on that note, I think we're done, and we'll hand it back to you, Mayor.
I actually have a question. You built a special space in the police department for children. So how does that interface with the Family Justice Center?
So the space that we built in the police department for children is specifically designed for situations where a child is being removed from a home for other reasons, like they're not the victim of a crime, but perhaps mom and dad, something happened there and we have to take the child out of the home and somebody from the county is going to come. We wanted to have a place at the police department where that child could play with some toys, watch some cartoons, have a coloring book while they're waiting for family services to arrive, and not necessarily see a whole bunch of police officers walking around that could be somewhat a little intimidating. So we built a space away from the chaos so that they can acclimate there.
Thank you. So, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone for all the work that's being done on sexual trafficking and for your partnership with Community Violence Solutions. I recall how years ago during that horrendous rape at Richmond High, Community Violence Solutions came in. They were so helpful. And, you know, the young people at Richmond High organized and stood up for, you know, the rights of women. And it was really turning a really horrible situation into an educational, you know, situation for the youth, an empowering situation for them. So I think what you're doing is really important and valuable. So thank you.
Yes, go ahead. Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. I just wanted to sincerely thank all of you for the great work you're doing, for the great presentation, and for being so patient and staying until midnight to present to us. I really appreciate it. And I would like us to stay in touch. Let us know if you need anything from the city. We don't have much money, as you heard during the budget presentation. We have to be careful. But long term, if you think there is a strong need for a shelter in the city, or, you know, things that the city council can help, we'll be more than happy to collaborate with you. And I would like to invite all of you to an event we're planning for October to celebrate the month of to combat violence against women. We're going to have an event. You're welcome to have table. Join us. We'll be in touch, but I just wanted to sincerely thank you. And I'm very proud of our police chief to have been a part of this. Yeah, it's great to have a woman police chief.
Do we have public?
To men, sorry.
I concur.
Do we have public speakers?
No, we do not.
Okay, then Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you. Great presentation. Thank you for being here. This is a very important topic all around. I wanted to talk a little bit about what can we do to help prevent this in certain areas. We're not going to prevent prostitution. That's what do they say, that the oldest job around. I don't think it's going to go away, but we want to at least get some of our communities to be to feel a little safer in the areas. I don't know if adding cameras or more lights, what can help either deter some of the individuals?
Okay, sorry, we were delivering on who's going to answer. I would say that the one thing, the biggest thing that we can do as a community, as individuals, is to educate ourselves. We had a community member recently, like, she was adamant to contact someone to do something about what she was seeing in her neighborhood. What we're seeing is similar to like what's happening in Oakland. Like, it's moving, you know, our main street is kind of 23rd, and it's moving over to like 24th, 22nd, into those areas. And, you know, the residents are very frustrated. They're very upset. I mean, no one wants to open their window and this is what they're seeing. You know, nobody wants that, but the objective isn't to make these people just move or disappear. We need to find ways to assist them and to get them the services that they need. But to the residents, it looks like nothing's happening, like no one's doing anything, when really we're working tirelessly every day to help one or two or three, which makes a big difference. So education is important. You can most definitely send them our way, and we're so willing to work with community to do those things that kind of are like deterrents in a sense, like the cameras and things like that. And I'll let Ms. Katrina speak more to that, but education and partnership, I think, was really helpful.
I guess I would say a few things about that. So part of the work of the 23rd Street Corridor Working Group has been to look at some of this and to really get a lot of input from both partners within the task force and also the community and community members that are affected. So we did recently do a survey to, well, actually I should say there was a community consultation back in 2020, I believe, that was developed and some plans were put in place, and then the pandemic came and sort of everything got set aside for a couple of years. So we revisited those and surveyed community members about sort of what their preferences were for different ways to respond. Things that they've indicated that would be helpful are tree trimming, lighting, potentially residential lighting, as well as addressing some lighting issues at Wendell Park and the surrounding streets. There's some lights that aren't functioning and some lights that were put in place but then never were activated. Other things they've asked for are education initiatives, potentially traffic calming measures. So we have 3 subcommittees that are working on building out specific recommendations. So surveying the lighting situation and bringing that information back to the group. We have participants from the city. So I'm going to get his name wrong. Is it Robert Armijo from Public Works? Okay. So he's been participating in the meetings. So have one of the assistants to the mayor, and RPD obviously has been there. So I think that we can come back to you with more specific recommendations once we've gathered some more data. We want to be able to be concrete and also gotten more information from the community on what they support as far as responses. And then obviously, just to kind of piggyback a little bit on what Lashare said, prevention is important. So our partners are working in schools to do education initiatives. We just met with this supervisor of schools for the county to talk about how we might be able to facilitate an easier process of accessing some of the schools, because I know that can sometimes be a challenge for very reasonable reasons. And then additionally, building out our services. I mean, the other thing to know, and you may already know this about human trafficking, is it's highly mobile. So many of the folks that are being trafficked here in Richmond aren't from Richmond, don't live in Richmond. They are brought to Richmond for the specific purpose of being trafficked. And then they go elsewhere and lots of other places. And so being able to have responsive services on the spot when folks are encountered and are open to services, considering other outreach initiatives. So those are all things that we're looking at. But as all of you probably know, I'm originally from a different city who also has an issue with having an area with street level commercial sex work and human trafficking. It is very difficult once that is established in an area to effectively eliminate that because it's a source of revenue for folks.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor.
So next item, please.
Next item AA2 is to receive a presentation on the offshore wind industry and opportunities for the Port of Richmond.
All right, I'd like to frame this by announcing that the state of California, the West Coast, has a new industry being created with offshore wind. And it will require all ports to be part of this to make it work. And Richmond is set to be one of those ports. In order to attract developers, we need an official and formalized information to present to the developers so that we can understand how we fit into this new economy. So with that, the floor is yours.
All right, can we have the slides up, please? All right, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to present tonight on offshore wind opportunities at the Port of Richmond. Next slide. So I'll do a brief background introduction of myself and the firm I work for. talk about a number of the context of offshore wind on the West Coast and how California ports fit into that ecosystem, and then specifically talk about the opportunity for the city of Richmond and the Port of Richmond. This is a 10-minute overview of slides, a really high-level overview. I have a lot more background slides and information if the council is interested down the road. Next slide. So my name is Matt Trowbridge. I'm a marine structural engineer. My expertise is in port infrastructure and specifically in offshore wind ports. I work out of Oakland, California for a company called Moffitt & Nichol. We're a port infrastructure consultancy. We started in 1945 helping build up the Navy shipyards in Long Beach. And our bread and butter work every day is working in ports around the US and specifically in California ports. We work with all different types of maritime cargo and business lines, which include offshore wind, but include all the other types of cargo that regularly come in and out of the Port of Richmond. Next slide. So to put this in context, I'm going to talk a little bit about federal strategy for offshore wind, as well as the California strategy for offshore wind. So through the Biden-Harris administration, they have really set some strong leadership for their vision for how the U.S. can take advantage of this great clean resource off of our coasts. The wind blows naturally off the East, Gulf, and West coasts. And so the Biden-Harris administration had a vision to create 30 gigawatts of offshore wind energy by 2030 and 110 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2050. And this is covering the East, Gulf, and West coasts. Then in September 2022, the federal government, through the Departments of Energy, Interior, Commerce, and Transportation, have established a target to deploy 15 gigawatts of floating offshore wind by 2035. And just a quick note that off the coast of the US, there are two different types of floating offshore wind technology. The first type would cover about 33% of our wind energy potential. That's fixed bottom offshore wind. That's the type of wind that's currently deployed in Europe and currently being deployed on the East Coast. That's suitable for shallow waters. But here on the West Coast of the US, we have very deep waters. And so we would be deploying what we call floating offshore wind. The offshore wind will be deployed approximately 20 miles or at least 20 miles offshore in federal waters. Next slide. So why are we talking about ports? The reason that we need ports is that you can't build these turbine systems out in the water. It's too unsafe, too dangerous, too challenging. And so we need US ports, and specifically here in California, California ports to help provide sheltered, protected harbors to allow us to build and assemble these large components and these large systems. At the center of this slide, you'll see a picture of a floating offshore wind turbine that's been deployed in Europe. These systems are so big and so large that the components can only be transported by maritime cargo, so over ships and barges. And so therefore, these components can only be built at ports. So in California, through Governor Newsom's leadership, in July 2022, he sent a letter to CARB recommending that the state evaluate a target for offshore wind deployment of 20 gigawatts by 2045. And then in August of 2022, the CEC produced a report that's mandated by the state legislature, AB 525, stating that the state's targets for offshore wind deployment are 2 to 5 gigawatts by 2030 and 25 gigawatts by 2045. The most important thing to note about these targets is that we need to build approximately 1,300 of these floating turbine systems in California ports to meet that target of 25 gigawatts. And that involves a lot of manufacturing, a lot of jobs, and a lot of economic impact to California communities. Not only do we need to build these turbine systems, but we need to build a new fleet of vessels and tugs to be able to move these components safely to and from California ports and out to the offshore wind areas. Next slide. There's a lot of ongoing port studies that are being completed by both federal and state agencies. And so some of the information I'm going to present today are results of those studies. but specifically the federal agency Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is a key leader in helping to progress the offshore wind industry. And then here in the state of California, the California Energy Commission, CEC, and the California State Lands Commission are both working with a number of other state agencies to progress the state's strategic plan to develop 25 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2045. In addition, the National Renewable Energy Lab in Boulder, Colorado is producing a West Coast port study. And the results of these BOEM and state lands, CEC and NREL studies are all coming up with similar results on the needs for California ports. Next slide. The key outcome from these studies show that we need, at the bottom of this slide is really the key outcome. We need approximately 10 large port sites and 10 small port sites within the state of California to meet these targets for the deployment of offshore wind. These sites range on the small side anywhere from 2 to 10 acres to on the large side upwards of 80 to 100 acres of space. And these different types of sites involve staging and integration of components, as well as manufacturing and assembling of components, as well as support of operations and maintenance for the wind farms, and then just large laydown areas for components. One of the key outcomes of these studies show that the more manufacturing that we can attract to the state of California is really going to maximize job creation and economic impact to the state. So one of the key strategies in these state studies is identifying as many port spaces as possible that could support this industry. Next slide. So the results of these studies show a number of different port sites or ports within California that have the key characteristics to support this industry. Port of Richmond has been identified in a number of studies as being a key player, or could serve as a key player in this industry. Some of the most important attributes of the port here is the deep navigable channel, the sheltered harbor from mid-ocean conditions, the ability to have large laydown areas with direct access to the waterfront, and a very strong workforce that can immediately be mobilized to support these projects. Next slide. There are a number of different types of sites that the Port of Richmond could participate in, ranging from manufacturing and fabrication to construction support to operations and maintenance to shipbuilding. And so the outcome or the recommendation is that the city and the port progress a study to identify different opportunities for the port and the city to support this industry. That study would identify cost, schedule, and potential benefits, including economic impacts and job creation for the region and for the city, and furthermore identify which specific sites within the port could specifically serve this industry. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation and be happy to field any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Bana.
Thank you for the presentation. What aspect of it do you think specifically can come to Richmond? I attended a conference about wind energy, and I asked a question, and they said they're too tall to go under Golden Gate Bridge. So we cannot manufacture that, but I assume the side products can be. So any specific ideas?
Yeah, that's a great question. So when we talk about building these offshore wind turbine systems, there are about 15 steps in the process from going from the small pieces to the final assembly. The final assembly, the last step in the process, we'll call it step 15, that is too tall, right? So no ports within the Bay Area can do that final step, what we call integration, which is put the towers on top of the foundation, the nacelle, the blades, and then float it out to the offshore wind area. So Bay Area ports, we can't do 15, but we can do every step before that. Right, so we can do manufacturing of the components, basically fabrication sites or factories. We can provide sites that are operation hubs or home ports that will move workers from the port out to the offshore wind areas to perform maintenance and repairs in the offshore wind farms. We can provide laydown areas for the construction support, so sites that have electrical cable that will then be run between the turbines and back to shore. So we need a lot of sites that spool and stage electrical cable for the cable laying ships, as well as sites that store the mooring lines and the anchor chains that are gonna hold the floating foundations in place. And then finally, there's an opportunity for shipbuilding. We have so many new ships that need to be built in the industry. Is it possible for Richmond to be one of the sites that builds some of the tugs or some of the fleet that will support the movement of these components and the installation of these turbine systems?
Thank you. I have a follow-up question.
Yeah.
So how do we identify those businesses and how do we establish the ground for bringing them in? What is the timeline? What is the process?
So that's what is being recommended here, is for the city and for the port to study those opportunities and identify which of those maybe makes the most sense for the port, and start to identify a couple things: funding sources, both state and federal funding sources, as well as private funding sources to support those as well. And then secondarily, identify potential tenants that would be interested in coming into Richmond and setting up those type of services.
Okay, and at what the level of infancy is the industry? Like, do we have actually private industry doing this, or they haven't formed yet?
Yeah, so of the 25 gigawatts, the state has auctioned off 5 gigawatts. The state and federal government have auctioned off 2 lease areas off the coast, one in Central California and one off the northern coast. Those lease areas comprise 5 gigawatts of energy. Those developers are actively pursuing projects and actively engaging with ports to develop their projects and develop their supply chain. The reason that ports are starting projects right now is because by the time ports get through the planning, engineering, permitting, environmental approval process, and the sites are ready for offshore wind industry, they're needed by late 2020s, early 2030s. So the time for ports to start planning for these projects is now in the near term. So ports that are wanting to be involved are starting to think about how they can develop the sites, how they can get funding for the sites, and starting to talk to potential tenants.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember McLaughlin. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
We need to
extend, right? Yeah.
suspend the rules. I move that we suspend the rules and we go until this item finish.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmembers Robinson and Willis absent.
Okay, so my question goes to your recommended action at the end, and it's going to dovetail with the question for the city manager. So I like the idea of doing some kind of a study or some kind of a strategic plan or whatever to determine what is available out there, and in terms of what works best for Richmond, in terms of this manufacture, the different types of pieces that we might manufacture, and what buildings or sites at the port would work for that. So my question is, I mean, you called it a study, where we're at right now, and I know my council colleagues are very well aware of this, that we just passed through consent calendar an audit, a contract for an auditor of the port. So that's one piece of a study. But we also, when this item first came to the council to do an audit, or maybe it was the second time it came, we also talked about a strategic plan. So I don't know if this would fit into the definition of what we would want from a strategic plan, or if this is something different, or if we just change the name to a study, because this is in particular one type of business for the port, although it could have many facets and take up a lot of space. And I think it's something we should definitely wrap our arms around and see where we can go with this. But I wanted to ask the city manager, so I know we're also hiring a port director. So based on our item that we supported, where we set an audit and a strategic plan, were you thinking that the port director would be hired first and then he or she would help implement a strategic plan or a study of this nature?
That would certainly be the ideal order of operations, but staff would make adjustments if city council wanted to do something differently.
So it would require a consultant, right? But it would also require staff working side by side with the consultant?
Yes, and we would need to follow the city's approved contracting processes as outlined in the state audit report.
Okay, so it sounds like that's the first step to get some study or strategic plan going, and that would come after our port director is hired. So that's how I'm envisioning it, and it sounds like the city manager is good with that envisioning of it, but I don't know what the other council members think, but that's where I'll just kind of land. And just thank you so much, because I think it does offer us so many possibilities.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for staying so long here. Couple of questions here. How long does it take to make each turbine from beginning to end? And you mentioned the 15 steps, so I have no clue all those steps. But I'm just thinking, what step 1 through 14 that we could bring to Richmond. Just trying to figure out how many human hours does it take? How many people do we need? Your slide 8 says we have a strong workforce. Good to hear. We know we do. Good people here. How many people do we need? Are they union jobs? And just time frame. I'll start with that question.
Okay, thanks for the question. So the time frame from 0 to in the water hasn't been done yet at this scale, at this size for floating offshore wind. This is a new industry that we're doing in California. So we have examples of what we call pilot projects that are smaller scale that have been deployed in Europe. And those take maybe right now 6 months from beginning to something being in the water. What will be at the scale that we're talking about, we'll be producing about 1 a week. So there's a lot of process that goes into getting it to 1 a week. But that's the production rate that will be needed, and the innovation that'll be coming from the industry to kind of get us there. There were some other things in your question, council member. I want to make sure I address those.
Yeah, the other is the type of jobs, union jobs particularly is what I'm hoping you get an answer from.
Yeah, especially at our ports, the majority of jobs that will be created will be union jobs.
Okay, thank you. How deep do our ports need to be? Is there a limit?
We're looking for 35 to 40 feet of water depth. So the Port of Richmond has adequate water depth for the type of vessels that will be coming in and out of the port for this type of work. Yes.
Thank you. Are you aware of any funding that's available to be able to upgrade our ports?
Yes, significant funding from the state and federal level is being made available to ports to participate in this industry.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and I think that might be it for now. Thank you. I think you've answered my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you for staying the late, and thank you. And I wanted to also thank you, Justine, who is the consultant for the Green and Blue New Deal in Richmond, who has been really a cheerleader and doing a lot of support on for us to really learn about this opportunity. So I wanted to ask you about, this is not something that Port of Richmond will be doing by itself, like they are other ports that are already taking initiatives. Can you talk more about what other ports has been doing, and and why they are doing it.
Yeah, I can mention a couple of the other ports that have publicly announced projects. So Port of Humboldt in Northern California has a 160-acre site that they're working to redevelop to support offshore wind, which would include staging integration and manufacturing, operations and maintenance, as well as other support services for offshore wind. The Port of Long Beach has announced a 400-acre terminal development project that they call Pier Wind, which would be used for a number of different site types, including staging integration, foundation component assembly, and manufacturing. And then here in the Bay Area, Port of San Francisco has recently announced a project to redevelop a potentially 50 to 95-acre site for manufacturing of offshore wind components.
So we need to start doing something because we want to, like, what will be like your recommendations, since like all of these other ports are already doing things like you are mentioning this study. What will be the outcome of this study for us?
The outcome of the study would be providing clear costs, schedule, benefits, and recommended next steps for the city and the port to take if it wants to participate.
Okay, I think like we are in the process of hiring a port director, but I think like in the same time, I think in a study like that, this could be a start, at least kind of like doing the RFP and all of that, so we can start moving, because as you like what I am saying is that, as you mentioned, there are other ports that are already really ahead of us, and we want to we don't, basically what I am trying to say is that we don't want to miss the boat in this, right? And no being able to take advantage of this opportunity, and especially when the Port of Richmond it could be well situated, is a deep water port. So I think like we need to move on these at the same time as we are looking for a port director.
Yeah, I just, Mr. Mayor, quickly, if I could, because that was, I would agree with that maybe we could do it concurrently and not necessarily wait for the port director to be hired before we move on an RFP.
So we are in the process of courting developers to come look at the Port of Richmond to see what might be possible here. So depending on what they tell us would also inform the studies that will be taking place. You also mentioned that this is a new industry. So currently the ancillary industries still need to be developed. Everything needs to be developed, and all the ports will be necessary to make this happen. So our job is to be one of the first to figure out how we fit into the overall plan. I have my heart set on building ships. I want to revitalize Rosie the Riveter. That's my dream. But you know, I've had dreams crushed, but they always come back in some other form. So the port becoming an economic engine for the city of Richmond is important to me, and I'm hoping that the rest of the council can get as excited as I am about this process. So, Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. I wonder if you're familiar with Point Molate. It has an old shipping dock. If you think that'd be an appropriate place for any related industry?
I'm not. I'm not familiar with that location, to be honest. I'm only familiar with the Port of Richmond proper, the main
Yes.
terminals and the private terminals that are within the port.
Okay, that's some.
And I would like to say that Point Bellotti would require the ships going under 2 bridges instead of 1, which would be problematic.
Yeah, but there are many industries related.
Plus, Point Bellotti has very much of an ecological sensitivity, plus we're going to be in discussions on this, so I would not, and plus there was a time when somebody thought about putting some windmills up at the port, and I mean at Point Bellotti, and that was determined not to be, have enough wind or something, but I know we're not talking about putting up wind turbines, but I think we really need to hold off on that. That isn't even in our hands right now.
Okay, I'm going to my second question. I'm confused about your role. Are you a consultant who's going to help us? Do you have a contract with us? Are you presenting so we may consider you? I'm confused.
No, I asked him because I wanted the council to know what the possibilities are. We might use him, we might not. There's so much that we need to know.
Okay.
So-
No contracts with them yet?
I
No.
think, yeah, I think like we had been discussing a meeting with a lot of people around this after we went to the Offshore Wind Summit in Sacramento. And this was to create, to bring all this information from an expert to the city council. I believe that for such a study, we will have to have an RFP. Hopefully you can apply, but we are not just saying that because he's here, this will be a sole source and we are recommending him, no. So. No. And I wanted to say also something about Point Bellotti. I think like if we are talking about coming to the green infrastructure, like clean energy, we need to also be looking at the sites where we actually can do industry and not destroying pristine areas where the eelgrass is really well established out of the whole San Francisco Bay Area. So I think like we need to really look at like while we are doing this is for building a green economy, and that needs to be in place while we are trying to look at the spaces or the places where we can have this industry. So.
Okay, do we have public speakers?
Yes, we do.
May we hear them?
Online speakers.
And those 3 speakers are Diana Ware, Steve Ungerth, and Lisa Johnson. Diana, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Diana, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yes, thank you. Esteemed Mayor and City Council. My name is Diana Ware, and I'm a commissioner with the Economic Development Commission and a Richmond resident. I serve on 2 subcommittees of the EDC, Policy and Community Engagement, both working on Richmond's Green-Blue New Deal, specifically looking at offshore wind development. I would like to see Richmond play a key role in offshore wind development in California. This is an exciting new possibility for Richmond to consider. As you heard, 2 other cities in California already have port plans in place and are moving forward to implement them. Richmond has amazing resources for this enterprise. I want to support you, Mayor and City Council, to attract manufacturing of offshore wind parts for wind turbines. I urge you to seek state funding for a strategic plan for offshore wind and obtain both a port assessment and a port plan. Perhaps federal and state infrastructure funding will also be able to be used, as we've mentioned, to upgrade the port to handle the enormous loads that will be required. But regardless of what Richmond decides to manufacture for this venture, there are many products that could be manufactured in our city. We might even name the operation Rosie the Riveter 2. This technology will likely take 5 or more years for planning, research, development, and funding, but it is an investment worthy of our values and ambitions. Let us prepare for the new generation of responsible environmental sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Ongert. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. Steve, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for the presentation, and I want to thank the city council and mayor. And I echo what the last speaker said. I am a Richmond resident now of almost a decade. I am a member of the Inland Boatmen's Union, which is an affiliate of the International Longshore and Warehouse Union. And I think we have a golden opportunity here to turn Richmond into a truly green city and to provide a working example of what a just transition can look like. Because my union represents workers on the ferries. It also represents workers who work on the tugs that escort the oil ships into the Chevron Richmond Long Wharf. And we need to have an alternative as we decarbonize our economy. You know, as a supporter individually of the No Coal in Richmond campaign, we also need to have an alternative to coal exports. And I think this is a perfect example of what we can do. So let's move forward with this and make it happen, because there's so much potential here for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council and mayor. I wanted to thank the speaker for the presentation and for bringing this to the public. I come from the plains. So in Nebraska, the very first wind project, the Kimball Wind Project, was in my hometown. Some of the land explored for this was part of my extended family's land. And over those years, there's been a lot of lessons learned, both within our country and outside of the country and part of those, one of the big issues, apart from all the good things that come from this clean energy, is there is some downsides. And I would love to hear the speaker tonight and in future presentations, how the state is balancing this clean energy with the downsides to it. And by that, I'm speaking to, how do you recycle the wind turbine blades? And it's only in the last couple of years that more companies have come up with ways of dealing with this. And, you know, there's tons of those blades that are coming into waste. Their average lifespan is about 20 years. They're fiberglass, and they have to be assembled on-site and disassembled on-site to remove them. And once the recycling process happens for them, which is relatively new technology, one of those companies is Veolia, who's actually in that recyclable part. They're shredding that fiberglass. There is negative components to particulates generated from shedding fiberglass. Another company, Global Fiberglass Solutions, is recycling them into composite panels and plastic pellets. Those plastic pellets are going to further be made into other plastic-based products. And we have a lot of pollution based on microplastics. So I would love to have a discussion that also includes how the state is planning to address the negatives, and hopefully those aspects of the projects don't come to Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
All right.
I would like to hear what you can answer, if you can at this point, about recycling of parts.
So I want to be careful that I can't speak on behalf of the state for that. And I actually don't have information about the plans for recycling. I can only speak to some of the work that's being done in Europe right now to look at doing full life cycle ports that, when they plan for the construction and the build out of the offshore wind turbine systems, they also plan for the end of life and bringing the components back to a port in a way that they can then recycle those components and use them to build the next generation of turbine systems, the next generation of offshore wind turbines. And so I think that it's a good comment that should be considered in the port's development plans, and not just how do we support the industry build up, but how do we look at the long-term impacts, recyclability, and decommissioning of these systems.
Thank you. I appreciate everything that you've shared with us, and but yes, Councilmember Jimenez.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming and do this presentation. I think like right now there is a lot of discussions at the state level, because like there is like the leases, but the tribes are having to be involved. So there is a lot of discussion, and I hope that some of that part also is around recycling and things, so we can have a really just transition and green jobs. So it's not like resolving one problem and creating another one. But I will want to say, as one of the public comments, about that we have a golden opportunity here with offshore wind that we need to explore, and we need to make sure that we go and look forward for that opportunity. It's not right now, it's not going to happen from one year to another. It will take time, but the plans and how to look for funding and the investment and getting the funding from the state and federal level needs to start right now. So this is why we brought this presentation. The mayor and I brought this presentation because we want to start having this conversation so we can plan for the future of Richmond, for a green and just transition future of Richmond. So thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda, yes.
Thank you. One of the callers also asked something similar. I was going to say, how can we activate rail? And with that kind of two-part question, one is activating the rail so we can get away from transporting coal. But is there someone at the state, and I'm not sure if you know this answer or not, but at the state level or federal level that's sort of looking at this, a much bigger picture to connect all the dots? Like Richmond's going to be good at creating steps 1 through 5, and this other port nearby will do the rest. Otherwise, we're going to have everybody doing steps 1 and nobody does step 2.
Yeah, that's a great comment and question, and the state is looking as part of their AB 525 strategic plan. They're required to create a report that looks at how all the ports can work together and not step on each other's toes or overlap, right? And so that's part of the Seaport strategic plan chapter of the AB 525 strategic report. Will address that, and the state will be working with the ports on who's right for what role, and then that will lead to the funding of those ports for those specific opportunities.
Thank you. Then the last question, what do you recommend as next steps? I know that we're looking at a study, all right, and we internally have to hire a port director, but what else can we do proactively to start getting us more in front? I mean, our colleagues have done a really great job already leading us. What else can we continue doing to be in the forefront and saying, hey, Richmond's here, we want to be the first to build the ships again? San Francisco is much bigger than we are, but we want to make sure that we shine more than they do.
Well, I think there's a couple things that were mentioned here tonight that are good next steps. I think some of the council members and the mayor and others staff have been involved in some of the offshore wind industry conferences. So participating in those, I think, as the mayor said, inviting industry to the port to talk about the opportunity, to talk about what they need, what they're looking for, and how the city and the port can help provide that, I think is important. There was also, we talked about a study, but then we also there was a discussion about a port strategic plan, which I think is really important. The strategic plan, we talk about ports and their strategic plan, it looks at not just one business, but it looks at multiple businesses throughout the port and how the port moves forward in the next 10 years, 15 years, 20 years to transition from where it is now to where it wants to be. And it's not just one industry, but it's multiple different business lines within that port and opportunities to evaluate. So I think all those kind of pieces of the puzzle are important here to continue to progress and to evaluate.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. With that, I will conclude this meeting before we turn into pumpkins. So the meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thank you.